Good evening, guys. Good to see everyone. Good to see you again, Gil.
Good to be here.
Let's see if we missed someone here. Hey, Sierra, good to see you. And Grumpy, good to see you. And Mara, also good to see you. And my views, your world, good to see you too. Yeah, that's all for now, I believe.
Yep, that's what I have.
Yeah, that's what I have as well. We wait a couple of more minutes and see if somebody else pops in.
Yeah.
They usually pop in. But today's topic is, when is bugging out worth the risk? And we have I have a couple of points that we are going to talk about as well. So yeah, and don't forget to stay hydrated.
Purple Ale just came in.
Welcome, Purple Ale. From Scotland.
Yep.
Pops like that. Yeah, that's CR.
All right. See, I can tell CR is going to be firing off the puns today.
Oh, I forgot to send him the link. Oh,
I can send it to him. I'll just forward.
Okay.
Forward. Create a redundancy. Boom, and sent to him.
Yeah, if he feels like to joining us, he usually do.
Yeah.
Well, Gil, shall we begin with today's topic?
Mm-hmm. And what's that? Ivy's cooking vlog.
Ivy's cooking vlogs. Good to see you.
Well, before we start on our side, I've got a question those in the chat can answer. That'll give us more time while we discuss what they have in mind.
Yeah, good point.
What do you guys think, and gals, think is going to be the hardest part about bugging out?
That is actually a really good question. So think about that for a moment.
Yeah, and put what you think in the chat there. And Lee's here.
Yeah, welcome, Lee Argent. Good to see you. And little one Prepper is in the house on your side.
Yep. Hey, little and Sierra's over there too. So so anytime anybody goes and is thinking about prepping out, it's going to be afros. Anybody is going to bug out, it's like, what is going to be the hardest part for you?
Well,
Elusive has an answer there. So it's the weather and finding food will be a problem.
Yeah, and the season of the year.
Yeah. That's the thing people need to realize when you're planning on bugging out. Is it in the middle of winter? Is it in the middle of summer? Is it in the nice late spring or early fall when it's the weather's really good?
Yeah.
Is there a storm going on at the time? Is it rain? Is it a hard summer rain, or is it a snowy blizzard going on?
Yeah. And let's say if it's a blizzard, snowy blizzard, wintertime, that will make things a lot difficult and much harder. First of all, the roads are slippery.
Yeah.
because of the ice, and it's hard to find food, hard to find a good campsite because everything gets soaking wet.
Yeah.
You don't protect your gear and your sleeping bags.
Yeah. That's almost a situation where if it's a really bad snowstorm going on, of going, maybe I ought to shelter in place for a little bit before I even try to bug out. Just to see what happens, because I don't want to be stuck out in the road there in a snowbank. I'd rather stay in the house here where at least I got extra blankets and everything to stay warm. Even if the power goes out, I can stay warm and everything here, and I have a chance to see if I really need to bug out, because everybody else may go outside and may find everybody frozen, like in the movie Day After Tomorrow, when all the ones, we're going to evacuate New York City, and the one kid is going, my dad says no, stay put, it's going to get really bad, and they all go out, and then later on, as the dad is coming in with all his snow gear and his team, they come across all these people frozen in the snow that were in with the other ones.
Yeah, and you are correct about that. Gear needs to match the conditions like cold or heat.
Yeah. And what was Little Lone Prepper say there? Inability to take enough supplies to sustain. Yeah. Spot to hunker down. Yeah. Doing it on foot is always going to be tough.
Yeah. Oh. But it can be really tough even if you have a car too. Because you can get stuck somewhere and the car can break down.
Yeah.
Hey, Nelly on the land. Good to see you.
Like what you put had in the description there about having a a plan in place first. If you're planning to bug out, you better have a plan first.
And a really good one too.
Yeah, and not just go, I'm going to bug out and not think about it. Which brings me to something funny in a weird way. Prior to the early 2020 event that went through all of 2020, and there were several channels which I won't name. One had the name Bear in his name of his channel, was saying, if we have any sort of pan, whatever it is you want to call it, I'm going to be bugging out from here and heading up to the hills. No, he didn't bug out. All these ones that said they were going to be bugging out, most of them just went dark for about 3 months. They just stopped posting videos. And it's like, yeah. So, you're going to have a plan. You need to work on your plan. Test the plan.
Yeah, that too.
On vacation. Oh, well, it's vacation time. Let's see if we can actually bug out. And then, everything that went wrong. Okay, we need to update this. We need to, everything that goes wrong, write it down so you can fix it for later on.
Yeah, and the other thing is, if you're going to bug out, you need to know how long it takes you from your home to the other place you are going, your bug out location, or a friend's house or some relative's house. You need to know exactly how long it takes to get there.
Yep.
And you need to take in consideration as well the traffic.
Yeah. Oh, Little Lone Preppers, one about the video that's scrolling up. She watched up a little bit
Hey,
more.
Vanessa Kitty, good to see you.
Yeah. And one about
Hey, the butterflies, good to see you.
yeah. There was one up there a little bit higher up that it's about ready to go off the screen here from Little Lone Prepper about a video of a woman who thought that she needed to bug out and took her and scroll up there. Her 13-year-old son and sister, and they all froze in the Colorado wild. Yeah. They didn't plan about it. They really did not have a plan.
Exactly, and that is what exactly will happen if you don't have a plan and proper gear and with you.
And
Food, water, and probably in US you need water filters and these kind of things.
yeah, it's before you even, I mean, there's a lot to consider, a lot to do before you even think about bugging out.
Oh yeah,
There's
you need to think everything through a lot before you decide to bug out. You need to check every point you have on your list.
Yeah, and one thing most people don't think about when they're planning on bugging out, and it's the biggest mistake of all. They don't have a destination in mind. They do have a destination in mind, they've never been there.
Yeah.
So, like I said, we're going to test our bug out thing. You need to get a hiking GPS where you put in waypoints.
Yeah.
And then you can go out there and you can say, oh, we're going to go to here, and this is where we're going to go and go to, and put that in as a waypoint and figure out how far you can go each day and put in waypoints for your targets to try to reach to get there, to stay on track. So if you're out there at night, you can still use your GPS. Okay, we're supposed to be going this direction here.
Yeah. That is a good idea, because I had in mind to buy one of those hiking GPS because they are really good. There are different models and different brands on them. You make sure you buy a good one.
Not the cheap one.
I agree.
You definitely want one that you can install waypoints and
save them.
And save them, have it in there, waypoints in there permanently, and including one that tracks a lot of the more well-known hiking trails that the government has for your the area. Like here we have a lot of national forest hiking trails and a lot of state forest hiking trails, and those come here in the United States. We can download those into certain Garmin ones, and then you just put your waypoints on there, and you know where you need to go to, and that way you practice doing it.
And Nelly on the Land has a good point. To bug out, you need a place to go that is secure.
Yeah.
And I definitely agree with that. Oh, otherwise, you will have serious problems if it's not a secure place. Less people, that is, on the bug out location in that area, the better, because you don't want to have 500 people passing through. You don't want that.
Yeah. Grumpy Adventures. I like to say about his add on there. You do dry runs and in different weathers, night and day. And hard copy maps is a good thing to have. Here in the United States, we have the what's called Thomas Brother maps, and it's like a book.
Yeah.
And each page is coordinated to the next page, so you can follow around. Oh, I got to go over a couple of pages to go over to the next part on the map, and yeah, so you can draw things out, and you can take that book, and if you get the spiral, you get the spiral bound ones, you can undo the spiral ones, take out the page. All right, this is where I'm going to go, and you lay it out on the floor. And if I got to go this way, you can add the extra pages for that, for alternate path B or whatever. And then you take those and laminate each one separately.
Yeah.
And then you punch the holes and put it back in and you get rid of the rest of them, because you don't need to have all the extra weight of every direction you're not going at all. And then that way you have a thinner map book, but it shows there. And then what you don't do on there, you don't mark the line. Don't mark it in case you drop it and someone goes, oh, someone's going this way here. I'm going to follow their path. They just have a map. They don't know where you're going. They can go general area where you're going, but they don't know exactly where you're going.
And Nelly on the Land has a good point as well. Lots of folk think that a holiday destination is safe. It's not. Not in my point of view, at least. Yeah. Vanessa says, currently working on relocating now. In the next month or so, bugging out sucks.
Yeah. Yeah, that was the one that was the mother and the 13-year-old son and sister up in the Colorado wilderness area.
Hey, Kaylin, good to see you. She's on your side, Gil.
Yeah, saw that.
And Kaylin has a good point. Have offline maps in it.
Now, there is a program for those that can afford it. You can get like a tablet, and you can download, buy a program, download it, and you can update it while satellites are still working. And then then things are, you need to go out if the satellites stop working or whatever. With the latest one that was in your thing there, which does sort of like works like Google Maps and stuff, you can, okay, I still got it, and I still do stuff, and it's updated more often than the than offline hard paper maps are. But maps are amazing things. Paper maps are. Most people nowadays don't know how to read a paper map.
No, because they are so used to those GPS and the phone. Yeah. And if you have a hiking GPS, make sure you have spare batteries for it.
Yeah.
Because sooner or later you will run out of
these things are great. This is well, basically I can recharge my phone like 20 times off of this at least.
Yeah, that's good.
On my one video camera, I could do 50 hours of videoing before I had to recharge this.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
Grumpy says, spot on, Gil. And if you have a location, you need to dry runs, day, night, and different weather, plus hard copy maps. Yeah. I'm just getting home and on the live. I'm shopping for bug out kits. That's good, Daryl. Good work there, my friend.
Yeah. buying a pre-made bug out kit, you're counting on someone to know exactly what you need. I found it better for people to, it's like buying, I got a first aid kit up out at the store. It doesn't really have everything you need, or you're going to have to add a bunch more stuff to it.
Yeah. And if you buy stuff to add to that kit, that might not fit in that first aid kit either. So because you don't have the space for it.
Yeah. One of the things that my youngest son, who's thank goodness is into prepping too, when he was in scouts and stuff, got the other scouts to everyone was getting the internal frame backpacks. Oh, these are so cool and stuff. And they always wondered why he and I always had external frame backpacks. It's like, okay, if we have to, for the emergency preparedness merit badge, it's like, well, if you got to bug out and go somewhere, you ain't going to be able to strap everything you need on that internal frame. The external frame has all these hook points. You can hang more crap on there.
Oh, yeah. You can load that full.
Yeah. And that's the thing. It's like, you need to have, if you can have a bug out bag, no, have a bug out backpack, like a military backpack.
Yeah. Those are reliable, good quality, tested, well tested in real life. So, you get a reliable backpack for that.
Yeah. Oh, I love this. The current comment from Little Lone Prepper right at the bottom of the comments there. I guess she talked about, kicked on up above here. Let me check on. Yeah, the couple things there I want to talk about, but she says, people can't make change. I spent $10 and some change at a store, and I gave the cashier 20 and a 1. She was completely baffled. I had to tell her how much to give back. Yeah, people, brain dead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why am I not surprised?
The one there that was where was it here? From Grumpy Adventures. I think if you need to choose a bug out location, can this bug out location sustain your needs, safety, water, and if you're going to be staying for long periods of time, can you grow food? And this is where Food Forest Permaculture would say, yeah, find a spot, go out there now and do guerrilla gardening. Start planting stuff out in the brush. Put seeds down. Get zucchini and other stuff that it will grow in there. Get it to grow. Plant a fruit tree or two out there in the brush. That way, when you go out there, it's like, oh, we got food growing here already. Yeah, Howie's really good at doing the guerrilla gardening.
Oh, yeah.
He just, he's always going out planting stuff, and then he'll come back the next year and do a little video. Well, I planted this last year, and I threw these seeds out there, and look what's growing out here. And everybody's on the hiking trail misses it because they don't go 20 feet off the hiking trail.
Dear Love Survival says having multiple bug out locations is good where you can turn up at moment's notice. Yeah, but you need to have them as well and find suitable locations.
Yeah. Yeah, that was the one I was just reading on. Yeah, that's, so yeah, plant food. If you're like here in the United States, the national forest and national park system is huge. We're talking millions of acres scattered throughout the different states. And if you're planning, like some people, I'm just going to go up to the national forest and go camp, and bug out to there till it's safe to come back down. I mean, that's where guerrilla gardening comes in. You go out there and you plant some stuff and try to tend to it a little bit. But yeah, there's a lot of things to go over with you and your family to figure out where are we going to go, how are we going to get there, and like you said, like one of your topics was let me just look at it here. Timing. The 72-hour window. Why timing is everything, and why you must leave before the rush.
Yeah.
Because if it's a big event that everybody recognizes, because some events people aren't going to recognize, and you can get out before they recognize it, or they buy into the government's, oh, it's okay, stay put, everything's going to be all right, we're going to take care of you. But if you're real, okay, no, we need to get out of here because through other news sources, I know it's worse than they're saying it is. You need to, how soon do you need to get out? Like it's, can you pack up the vehicle and be gone in 5 minutes?
Yeah.
And even if you're not bugging out to the national force something, are you bugging out to a relative 100, 200 miles away? Steve at Corsair Trainers had to evacuate. Their area was under a mandatory evacuation because of the wildfires down there in LA. He went up to his son's up in the San Francisco Bay Area, 400 miles away, stayed up there for a while.
Yeah.
It's all right. Let's load stuff up in the tray, pack the trailer, everything else, and let's head up to there for a while. And then when they got all cleared, they just drove back, unpacked their stuff. Their house was perfectly fine. The neighborhood never got touched. But it's one of those, get out of here. We don't know if we can hold the line. Fortunately, the firefighters held the line.
Yeah. Fire Dr. Ninja Turtle says, I would not know what to eat in the woods. I would just drive north if a hurricane or tornado is coming.
Yeah. Fortunately for those two events, fortunately and unfortunately, fortunately for a hurricane, you usually get a 24-hour to 36-hour notice. All right, this hurricane's coming. It's going to be this size, and it's following all the parameters of these others categories 4 or category 5 hurricanes. So yeah, get out of there, folks. Tornado, you have much less warning. Oh, I've been watching some videos on tornado chasers. The guy one, it's going. Oh crap! It's turning on us. Oh, we're in the middle of it. Fortunately, they had the vehicle. They didn't go, but they still got pushed off the road. Yeah, so there's a lot of things. You got to weigh out the risk. Is it going to be better to stay put, or is it going to be better to leave? Is everyone going to be going insane here, or are they going to be going insane out there on the road?
That is a good question.
And
I would guess on the road, people would go insane, probably, because the roads would be clogged.
Yeah, unless you beat them out and you're gone ahead of them, and the insanity's chasing after you because you're the first one out.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's some things you got to do. You got to think about in your plan, and you got to have contingencies in your plan. Okay. Oh wow, we just had a massive EMP from the CME from the sun hit us, and then a massive EMP took out all the power grid. Am I bugging out, or am I just going to shelter in place? I got a year and a half's worth of food here, Am I just going to button up, hunker down, and see what happens, in a month or two to find out whether I need to bug out or not? And that's some of the things. Sometimes you may not bug out for 6 months. You may wind up waiting until, people don't like to hear this, but you may wind up waiting until the die-off is over.
Yeah. In winter, the road insanity gets worse. People don't all use winter driving skills. No, that's a problem in US.
That's a problem down in Texas where they don't get snow, and when it does come in every 40 years,
yeah,
how to drive.
It takes some practice to get the skill to drive on icy roads. On us here in Sweden, when you learn to drive, you get that training. So everyone gets that training. Grumpy says, this is one thing that I'm not prepared for. I've not got any designated bug out location here in the UK. My problem is me and my wife have disabilities. I'm only going if there's no other choice. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. The same for me. I would not go if there is no other choice. If you tried every possibility you have on your list and that does not work.
Yeah.
Well, if that does not work, you have to bug out. That's it.
Yeah. One of the things that several different groups, I've worked with several different groups helping with their setting up for their bug out location, their plans, general stuff. Sometimes I say, I don't want to know where your bug out location is, so we can talk about it as a something else. But I can tell you things you need to do for it. There was this one group, they had 10 RVs. And they were big like buses type RVs, the Class A ones here in the US. And it's like, okay, do you have enough fuel to get where you need to go without stopping to fuel up anywhere?
Yeah.
And that's one of the first things they did, is because they go, all right, we got RVs. Okay, now we got to probably tow a either another travel trailer or a cargo trailer, or what we call a toy hauler that has in it. And some of them had to do is it's like, okay, we need to put some fuel tanks in there that we can run fuel out to fill the RVs without going to a gas station where we just get off the way and do it.
Yeah, and
Kayla brings up a good point. She's one of the ones that don't drive public transportation.
Yeah, and she has a good reason for it. Her eyesight is not that good, not good enough to have a driver's license. So that's understandable. So that creates a total different challenge. And more planning. And Happy Mac on your side says, unless there's a nuke, I don't see myself leaving. Where would I go that everyone else thought of the same place? Being on the road would be a nightmare. I know my local flora, not any place else. Yeah, that's also a good point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. When I was talking to Shadow before we started, those on my side know the Broussard homestead. Brett and Teresa.
Yeah.
What most people don't know, unless they've been following them for 6-7 years, where they are now wasn't where they were when they started. they lived more in the city and they had the property they're at now. That was going to be their bug out location. And they made the decision, like, why are we spending so much time and money here fixing up what we have here in the city when we know we want to be out there? So they decided, hey, we're just going to go ahead and move to our bug out location. And so they started fixing it up. And for the last, 6-7 years, that's what they've been doing. They've been fixing up their bug out location as their home, as retirement, whatever. When they're done working, they're all ready to go. And that's what I'm doing up here in Idaho. My wife is still working. She may be quitting here, but. So I've been, fixing up the property, both properties up here, getting them ready. Froze, getting them ready because this is our / bug out from California and retire up in Idaho properties. So we got 5 acres across the street, 1 acre on this side of the street. Got the my daughter and her family across the street in the house over there. And so this is our bug out and retirement property. And that's what I've been doing. I'm putting in the orchard here, putting in the garden, getting the raised planter beds going, getting everything ready so that when she comes up here, it's already done and we don't have to spend a lot of time working on it. Kitty cat. Yeah. And so that's one of the things we've done here. And so some people are saying, okay, we need to have a bug out location. They buy a bug out location, then they realize, crap, why don't we just go live at the bug out location? And they find a job. If it's way away, they find a job where it's at. I guess with Brett and Amy Bouchard's, their bug out location was still close enough for him to work as a firefighter where he was at, but far enough away from the city to avoid all the insanity.
Yeah. Nelly on the land says, I did that. I moved into my location and commuted.
Yeah.
Nelly, I would love to have a location that supports our needs. 10 years ago, it was a very different story. I could do everything and protect and provide. Nelly says, was in London, moved to Wales.
No, we have and that's several comments along this line have been in there of getting networking with those in the area you want to bug out to. Sometimes you can, I know here in the US it's a lot easier, a lot less congested than it is over in Europe. You can get an acre or two that doesn't have anything on it. You can buy it, and over time you can set it up where you can pull a travel trailer in, and you can go ahead and plant some trees on your property and stuff doing summer vacations or whatever, winter vacations or whatever it is, and get it set up so you can bug out there. Yeah. And one of the, going back to the question, when is bugging out worth the risks, is when after the event are you bugging out? At the very beginning of it, after it's been going on for a while, and one of the things you got to
Guardian.
Hey, Guardian, if it is a bug out event that's going to precipitate your bugging out, do you have, like I mentioned before with the RVs, do you have enough fuel to drive there without stopping? Because if it's the domino effect that's going to be going on with everybody else, places along the way where you say, "Oh, I'm out in the country. This country's store and gas station always have fuel." Well, they may not be getting fuel deliveries.
Yeah, I agree.
And so all the locals have already bought all the gasoline and have it stored in 5-gallon cans, 55-gallon barrels at their places.
Hey, Mark, good to see you.
Yeah, right above that, right above Mark's comment from Kaylin. She says, yeah. And that's the thing too. You set it here in the United States. You can set up a LLC or an S corporation and do that. They can buy it. They get shares of the property of the corporation, and yeah, and they can see about doing that.
Hey, Mike.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello. It's heavy rain.
It's funny you're on about bugging in and bugging out, and we are actually on a tiny remote island with a castle. All three of us.
How you doing, guys?
Hey.
Hey, Alan.
We're doing a bit of real bugging out in a crazy storm in the middle of nowhere.
I bet you weren't planning on the storm, were you?
We were planning on a bit of rain, not like gales like this. And we've got Scottish Prepper 73.
Hi, guys.
Hey.
It's monsoon season.
Can you hear us okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Trying to turn you guys up a little bit. There we go. So what have we missed?
Nothing much, actually.
Nothing much.
We've been talking about, options of bugging out, planning ahead, having a plan beforehand. Know where you're going to go.
Planning ahead. This man was 2 days ahead of us, and he's just fed us the best Irish stew I've had for a long time. He's got the full setup. That's the way you bug out. You come and somebody's already done it for you.
Come with Alan. Bit of the old glamping bugging out.
Yeah.
But yeah, we've literally just discussed it. Like, we had a little talk that is going to go on my channel as a video of like the realities of it and how people are going to struggle.
Yeah.
Hey, Guardian.
We also talked about if you have a bug out location planned for and everything else, and you have a walking path, path chosen to do it, go out ahead of time and do guerrilla gardening. Plant, put seeds out there for stuff, like carrots and potatoes and stuff.
Try that here and see what actually comes up.
Yeah. And
drop some guerrilla gardening seeds around and see what actually grows.
Yeah. Plant fruit trees. Plant some fruit trees, nut trees. Get some trees planted that
fruit trees going to go here.
Have food to go on.
The land that we're on, the soil is what, about 6 inches deep?
I mean, we're effectively on a rock in the middle of a loch in Scotland that's got a medieval castle on it in a flat area. So there are trees here, and there's also like blackberry bushes and things, but you would be hard pressed to sustainably feed yourself here. It's really not. There's really not a lot here other than mice and blackberries.
Yeah.
What's the bird?
Nice.
Can you
Hi,
not
Guardian.
maybe could you hunt birds?
Hard to hear. I can't really hear.
Listen, we don't want to hijack. We're going to leave because we cannot hear. All right. So we'll leave you guys to it. We just wanted to check in and say hi to everyone. So,
Look forward to your video of your bug out survival.
it's still going to be. It's going to. No, we'll speak to you soon.
All right.
Yeah.
Cheers.
All right. Take care.
Have a lovely weekend.
Cheers, Guardian.
And Kayla makes a note in the comments: fish in the loch.
Yeah.
And it could be fishing in any of the streams that you're that you're traveling by when you got to bug out. And hopefully the streams don't get contaminated from industrial things along the way, that if they're bugging out, and those industrial complexes have nobody to maintain them, all of a sudden they now are having accidents and leaking chemicals and stuff. Are you having to hike by them or drive by them? Oh, all right, Lee. See you later.
Take care, Lee. Stay safe.
Yeah. Nellie says 6 inches of soil is all that is needed once you use additions. Yeah. Of course, what's interesting too, if for something like that out on an island, because I know Howie, Food Forest Permaculture, talks about his island that he's going to be going out to. If you prep the area and there's a lot of rocks around, you can build up a rock raised planter bed and then put the soil in, so you more than 6 inches, and get that done ahead of time. Yeah, that will help you there with having food ready. It's allergic to both fish and shellfish. Yeah. But if you can fish, but you can't eat the fish, you can use the fish to fertilize the garden.
Yeah.
And that way you can get your other stuff to grow really good.
And you can use the fish as bait for your traps to catch some four-legged predators that eat fish.
Yeah.
Man, that was so cool to see Mark, like urban prepper, out there with the gents, like doing actual, roughing it and that as well, and camping out there in the rain. Like that brings back like really good memories. I actually haven't been hiking like for the last few months. I haven't been hiking or camping, and it's just like such a good feeling, man. Like just you can almost just from them being like sharing and sharing the live stream, like you can just see like, that's life right there. That really is like the best parts of life. It's just genuinely like being out there outdoors and just experiencing like the wilderness, and just doing it with a couple of like people that care about it as well.
Hey, Mark.
What's up?
Hey, sorry about that.
No problem.
Welcome in, buddy.
Hey, Guardian.
Hey, Guardian, check your volume on StreamYard here for the mic to see if you can crank it up a little bit.
I think he was he's sitting back from it a little bit.
Yeah. I like what Nelly on the land before we moved in.
Broke back campers. Okay, that's funny.
That's funny.
Give
We
each
thought
other
we
a man
thought we'd
hug.
log in on a different phone. We could hear a little bit better, but there's a wild storm going on just now, so it's quite hard to hear.
Right. Okay, so one of the things that was brought up after you were out, Kaylin Strain says, "Oh, there's a lock there. Fish.
Yeah.
You can do fishing there." And we talked about, gathering a bunch of the rocks and you can build raised planter beds and scrape off some of that 6 inches and give you deeper soil for a garden.
Yeah, I mean, you could try and fertilize this island for sure. It would be hard. Where we're camping just now is kind of like an old medieval courtyard. So I could envision, if you had the means to do it, if you went and dug as much of the soil as possible from the neighbouring shoreline, or even out of the salt bed round about the island, you could eventually dump that on the ground. You could even, something we were talking about earlier, about one of the dangers of being on an island is sanitation, waste management, etc. But you could incorporate that as part of your fertilizer and have a sort of, a system going on in place where you could fertilize one area of that garden, then move to the next area, and have like basically a rolling compost heap. And over a period of time, you could maybe do something with that. I think it would depend on the size of the island, though. I think. I mean, the island we're on is probably just too small for that. It's a very small island. You could get from one end of it to the other in, I don't know, 2 minutes. It's interesting because it has an old castle on it, but even though there's been dwellings here, that's because they've been getting outside resources. Nobody's ever lived on this island. It's been it's a medieval and structure that's been getting fed by outside resources. But from a bugging out point of view, we were discussing earlier like the pros and cons of coming to an island like this, and I think we kind of agreed that it's feasible. You could definitely do it, but you wouldn't be able to sustain yourself here for long on an island that size.
Yeah,
Better if you've got the island and you can pre-prepare it.
right. So I'm just dying to respond to this. I also just want to point out that Gil was able to inform me that I was speaking like way far away from the mic. So it wasn't only the heavy rain; it was also me being a bit of an idiot. So I'm sorry about that, gents. Sorry about that. So just quickly, what I'll recommend, and obviously if people are in that scenario, if you wanted to try and fertilize the soil and make sure that the ground is as good quality as you possibly can, you'd obviously do so in sections. So you'd start small bit by bit, and you'd basically make liquid fertilizer out of a lot of the nutrients and a lot of the organic material that's left lying around, and you would do it small piece by piece on that island. And you'd also, when you can, bring in fast growing plants, and also make sure that you've got a bioaccumulator. So like several trees that would grow really big and could add nutrients and basically suck out nutrients from the lower layers of soil to feed the other fruit trees that are around there. So, and also you could look out for birds, for bird life in terms of protein. You could actually utilize that if there are an abundant amount of birds that fly through. It's another way to get protein.
Good point.
Good point.
Yeah, but is there any firewood there for you guys to have a fire?
There is like quite a few trees on the island. One of them is precariously over Brian's tent. So we'll see if he's still here in the morning. But genuinely, I think if you're using this as a bug out location, you wouldn't want to take the little trees you've got down. It kind of obfuscates the view. You'd want to, the shore is what? Literally a 2-minute boat ride. You'd probably build some sort of ferry to run it across, just a rope full ferry, and just go and scavenge all that stuff on the shoreline where there's loads of trees.
Could probably put a link into this place actually in the comments. Yeah. If they want, they can take a look and see where they are. Yeah, it's got a Wikipedia page.
I got a question for you guys.
Sure.
It's on the screen there.
Yep.
So do you got a power bank?
Yes.
Of course they do. Brian's there.
This man doesn't go anywhere without a power bank.
I don't think Brian's not worried about that tree falling on it because there'll be enough Diet Pepsi cans stacked up. You'll just hear a metallic crunch, but he'll be like, I'm okay.
My dead body will be out there. I'll be dying. And I'll be trying to save my cans of Pepsi and shoving them out the tent. Pepsi. There we go.
Sounds like the rain calmed down a little bit there for you.
Calmed down a little bit. It's actually due to continuously rain here till Monday now, so it's quite wild. We'll see how it goes, but I mean, using the trees for firewood on an island this size, I think you would end up in a bit of an Easter Island type situation where, over a very short period of time, you would burn yourself out of resources. Right. You know, we've brung firewood, we've brung all the provisions we need. We're only here for a day. You know, but in the real world, you would definitely have to be doing excursions. Probably on every 2 or 3 days, I think you would have to do excursions off of this island. I think if you had the sort of gardening skills that Guardian's got, you could maybe do something along the lines of planting certain things. There's certainly an abundance of certain plants like stinging nettles and stuff, which from a seasonal point of view, you'd get some nutrition from that, some iron and stuff, but
Loads of brambles, a
lot of brambles and things, but you definitely wouldn't be able to sustain yourself here for very long on this island.
what you should do quickly, just to interrupt you there just for a second, and I'll allow you to continue. I definitely think that it might be feasible and quite wise for you to look up some of the very fast-growing trees that are indigenous to your area, so that you're not messing up any ecosystem, and planting a couple of those as well, just because you never know what happens 5 years down the road. So taking perhaps, like, even if you don't want to plant the seeds directly, what might be smarter is to take saplings. So saplings of some of the very reliable trees, go and speak to your local nurseries, find out which trees you're allowed to plant wild, and then take them over to that island, even if it's 5 or 6 trees, and then you go and plant them in the meantime to actually grow your own forests. You might think now, like, what would be the point of that? But I'm telling you now, if you look in 5 years' time, you may have wished that you did exactly what I'm saying right now. You never know, you know what I mean?
The only problem, I mean, with a really remote island that you'd never get many people on, that wouldn't be an issue. But I mean, you'll see from our videos that come up on our channels over the next few days, there's people that come here anyway to do this, and there's a gazebo that's been dumped in the castle. Somebody strips the bark off one of the trees all the way nearly halfway up, manually done that. So I think doing that now in a place like this, they would just get destroyed, stolen, broke. But definitely if it was a more remote place and stuff like that, or potentially growing them somewhere safer as saplings, bringing them over here when you're bugging out over here.
Yes, that's a very, very good idea as well. You could also do that because in the same time, you're basically refreshing your supply. Love that. Also, I just want to say thank you for actually joining me and joining the rest of this panel, gents, for actually coming and taking the time while you guys are out there to actually hop on the live stream on a Saturday. I really commend that. Thank you so much.
That's all right. We were only going to sit here and try and fend Alan off for trying to get us all to stay in his tent. It's cozier in my tent, honestly. You can easily fit 3 men in there.
Really close together.
Yeah. This is what happens when you meet people off the internet for the first time. You end up in a little tent together on an island. Yeah. That was an interesting discussion in all of our households. Where are you going? I'm going camping on an island with 2 men we met on the internet. Never I think the thing with planting trees as well in certain areas, the guerrilla gardening thing you're mentioning, that's a great idea for certain species. But I mean, in Scotland, for example, the only thing you're likely to be able to sustainably grow are crabapple trees, possibly cherry, some plum, you know, and that's very seasonal. So you're hard pressed to find something that you could sustainably nourish yourself from a sapling or tree point of view. We don't really have a great climate for it. On a coastal area, there are plants that you could grow in a coastal environment which are year round. You know, you could get away with like sea buckthorn. If you're in a marsh area, you could get away with what could you get away with in sort of marsh areas? Could maybe get away with like horsetail and things like that has a high calorific content to it, starchy content and stuff. So I mean, there are some seasonal things you could get away with, but it would be difficult to do, I think, here, which is why we don't tend to see a lot of orchards. Certainly in this part of the country, we're in the northern part of the UK here, and we're quite far north in Scotland here. So some of Alan's you.
That looks delicious. That's so nice.
I think root vegetables. I don't know, Guardian. What do you think about the prospect of potentially growing root vegetables? I don't know how long they would last in the ground. Like, I'm thinking potatoes, turnips, carrots, things that have grow in this country. I don't know if you could have a crop of that without maintaining it.
Sweet potatoes actually grow so well that they grow indoors. You can even grow sweet potatoes in a fish tank. You can, like, sweet potatoes, specifically root vegetables like that, are extremely diverse. What I'll always recommend to anybody in that situation is you'll be surprised what you can derive from AI models. Like, you could actually go into ChatGPT if you guys have time, type in like the area that you're at, type in the specific root vegetables that would prosper the most, and it would throw out a ton of information specifically to your region. Because I know what I would do in South Africa on this end of the world as well, but it's very specific to your guys' climate as well. I know for a fact that there's a lot of vining plants that could potentially do really well in those cases as well, as long as they're able to get some light. So things like grapes over time with absolutely big producers. And then there's a ton of different types of berry crops that a person could bring in. But definitely look at the region that you're in always, and then just ask like any AI model to basically give you a ton of info, and just ask it to think deeper and really like just press it for as much information as you can possibly source.
Sawdust. There's a lot of grass on that island, isn't there?
There is grass here, yeah. It's not the kind you could eat.
Sheep?
Sheep? No sheep.
No, I say is if you head to bug out there, take some sheep with you. Let the sheep eat the grass, and then you eat the sheep.
Yeah.
But for eating or entertainment?
Both.
Well, sorry.
I think the kind of island we're on, I don't know if Mike put a link in the comments to the Wikipedia page of this specific island. You guys can take a look. This is a very small island, so you really wouldn't be able to do a lot from a sustainability point of view here. It's a great defensive type place or a place to hide, but you wouldn't be growing much here without. You could possibly have like a giant greenhouse or something, or polytunnels, and you could speed things up along that way, but you're really limited to the access here of what you could grow. There has been deer on this island before, but they don't. Even that's a rarity because the deer have to swim to get here, and there's no reason for them to come over here, other than probably just avoiding something on the road. So it would always be the case of doing excursions off of this island. But that's not to say that you couldn't perhaps grow trees or sustainable shrubs or whatever, you know, in the more wooded area that's beyond where this loch is. But there is a sustainable number of freshwater fish here. There are rodents, there are rabbits, there are birds. There's seasonal birds that come through here as well. We get a lot of geese in the wintertime. I've heard geese here last night. So there's other water birds that come through this area. If you've got a means to hunt deer, there's a huge population of deer in Scotland. There's over 1 million deer in Scotland, and you know we're literally tripping over them in some parts of the island. So that wouldn't be a problem if you've got a means to capture them or hunt them in some way and butcher them, and you have the skill to do that.
So what about, how did the ancient peoples that were in that area, because guaranteed there used to be people that stayed in the exact region where you're at now. How did the people before us, and like you need to look back several centuries even, and find out how the native people to that area were able to survive off of the resources that they had? And if you bring that information out, do you know much about how they're able to survive those areas?
Yeah, I mean, I've always been very, very big on looking to the past to understand what the people who lived in this area did, you know, pre sort of our times. Yeah, that's the place we're on. The thing about the people who used to live here from a hunter-gatherer point of view, they were here in a time where the landscape was very different. So there was a lot less people, and the forests were vast. We had vast forests in Scotland and across the whole of the UK in the Mesolithic period and even the Paleolithic period. We had literally huge, gigantic trees. Scotland back then would have looked something similar to Vancouver Island in Canada. You know, it was that kind of scale. We have a similar climate. We have a similar sort of fauna. So, and we would have had larger animals. We would have had buffalo, bears, wolves, all that kind of stuff. So we would have had a larger pool of hunting. Well, the world that we live in today is, you know, it's predominantly farmland that's around us, some wooded areas and freshwater lochs. And, you know, the only really big wildlife game that we could hunt here is deer. And the only way you could sustainably do that would be by shooting them, because trying to trap deer or use an arrow, apart from being illegal in this country, you could do that at a push in an SHTF situation, but you would end up in a situation where you were hunting and you would probably be successful once a month, maybe even less. You know, so it would be quite difficult to do, but not impossible.
Smoke the meat, whatever meat that you are able to attain, definitely smoke it so it lasts much longer. And then also salt it. So salt would be an incredibly important resource. So like salting meat to make sure that meat lasts as long as possible. like is 100% one of the key points to survival out there. I hear what you're saying, that farmland basically got converted, or the wilderness got converted to farmland, but just a lot of that wilderness would come back faster than you can imagine in SHTF. And there's places that have proved that across the world where human beings have been settled in an area and they move out, and only like several years later, like nature's already starting to come back in abundance. It even started to come back during CD19. It was like a year or two that human beings kept out of the way, and nature was already like swarming back in.
Yeah, the fish thing's a great point as well, and I've started salting meats and doing that at home to see how long it'd last and what have you. But the other one as well to mention is it's quite easy if you find the plans to build your own little smoker, and you can smoke fish to preserve it, especially for a shorter period if you're living here, kind of thing. You could actually even convert something like this into a smoker, a cast iron wood stove like this. You know, this could be converted into a primitive smoking system.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys can see that there.
That's a nice stove.
Check, do you have any like input? Because I love hearing your input as well, specifically around this. I think Chef Tech might be okay for a moment.
What's that?
Yeah. No, it's just asking what your thoughts were about this.
Oh, about what? The tenting, or about bugging in versus bugging out?
More just like on an island like that, how you'd basically survive, like in that bug out scenario. Like, you know, at that point, like what would you kind of do in that region with your like current skill? Like, obviously, the reason why I ask you is just because of your understanding of food provision and how to make food stretch a bit longer.
Yeah, well, the salting is great. I mean, you just have to make sure after it's salted, there's procedures to it. And because you don't just leave it packed in salt like they show us on the movies when the ships are coming across the ocean and their meat is just literally packed in buckets of salt. It doesn't really work that way. You got to salt it to kill the bacteria and get the most of the juice out, and then that preserves it. And then you take it out, and you got to almost rinse it off and hang it to let it finish drying. Once it gets down to a certain percentage, it'll keep going down in moisture content, but it's still extremely flavorful and very full. It's loaded with, it's all protein. So you can do it with fish. Every type of meat has its method for it. Fish is different from regular game meat or, you know, beef. But yeah, having that would be great if you could have a couple sheep or whatever on the island with you that are just constantly eating the small grass. You don't want goats because they'll eat everything, including your trees, and kill them. But if you have sheep to eat like the normal grasses that are growing, but keeping them, it depends on the seasonal. If it gets wintertime and everything stops growing, you got to feed your sheep or eat them, but you still got to keep at least 2 so you have more sheep the next season. So, I mean, it's a procedure there. I don't know how big the island is. Everything, I mean, just the food itself would be its own issue. You'd have to have a lot of food out there, but then you have all the other resources that you may not have, like firewood or some kind of gas to burn, to cook or burn. You can't eat everything cold. I mean, you could, but I wouldn't recommend it. And water.
I mean, one thing you would have to do if you found yourself on an island like this, it would be the case of you would have to put hunting parties on the go. Now, it doesn't necessarily mean that those hunting parties would be for, say, deer. The coast from where we are just now is, I'm not sure of the exact mileage, but you could certainly get from here to the coast in probably a day's hike. And you could hunt and gather things along the coastline and then come back a day later to here, gathering it as you go along. You know, if for some reason you were tied to this island, me personally, I would rather just bug out to the coast and stay at the coast because it's more climatically easy to hunt and gather there. You can generally find shelter along natural caves, and it's easier to forage along the coastline.
Yeah.
But,
are you in saltwater right now, or are you surrounded by fresh?
This is fresh water here.
Okay, well that's a good resource to have on the coast. You're going to be limited on fresh water.
I mean, you are generally limited to fresh water on the coast, but I mean, one of the great advantages of the coast is, I mean, all rivers and streams tend to run to out to
Yeah.
sea. So you walk along the coast long enough, eventually you're going to see an inlet for a stream or a river that's pouring into the sea. And I mean, again, it depends on which part of the world you're in. This is Scotland. It does rain here a lot throughout the year, so you're unlikely to ever genuinely run out of fresh water. Plus, there's so many freshwater locks close by that you would only be within a day's hike to get to a place where you have continuous, sustainable fresh water.
I just want to ask quickly, do you guys have crabs over there? Like, do you have mud crabs and that type of thing that occur that you could get protein from?
Yeah, crabs, clams, mussels, oysters.
You do get, where we're at just now, you do get, there's freshwater mussels here, and there's several species of fish. There's no crabs here. You would have to go to the coastline in order to get the crabs, and there are several species of crabs that are very easy to, catch. So you can catch a crab with a feather, in this country. Like most places, crabs are notorious for just grabbing a hold of a shiny line. Also, I mean, there's several species of kelp and seaweeds that you can eat along the coastline along here as well, which are pretty edible, and also that'll give you a good source of things like iodine and things as well. Plus, you can get your salt resources from that kind of place. So you could go back to a primitive way of living, roughly round about where we're at just now, but it wouldn't be easy because we just haven't got the wilderness. And like you say, Guardian, things would go back to being wild again. But if you take a look at somewhere like Chernobyl, it took a good 5 or 6 years before it really started getting to a point where the kind of plant growth there would be of anything that you could sustainably live off. You grow a cherry tree from nothing, and it's going to take 3 or 4 years to do anything. And I'm not sure how long it takes for a cherry tree, for example, to bear fruit, but I suspect it's probably a few years.
Because it's Scotland, you're never too far from a wild can of lager as well. They're just everywhere.
You just flip a rock and you'll find a can of lager.
Cheers, man.
Question about Great Britain. Wild hogs. Have they been hunted to extinction, or are there still wild hogs out somewhere?
There are wild boar. There are wild boar in the UK, and they have been known to come as far north as the Lake District, which is sort of the northern part of England. They have been seen in some parts of the borders, I believe. I'm not sure how many wild boar there are in Scotland. Probably very minuscule, I would say. They were at one point hunted pretty much to extinction, so the boars that you've got here are probably a variation of something that somebody's crossbred or released. But there are wild boar in the southern part of England. Nothing really like that in Scotland, as I say. I mean, weirdly enough, here's a fun fact for you. There's actually another island like this, which is a little bit bigger, and another loch not far from here called Loch Lomond, and there's wallabies on it. Actual wallabies. The kangaroos? Now, they're obviously not native to this country, but they're there, and they're living off the land on that island, because that island is just big enough for them to be able to sustain themselves. A large amount of them died off in a winter a few years ago, but they're still there.
How'd you get them?
No one knows. I don't think anybody knows how they got there.
Yeah, because one of the things here we've become a problem here in the U.S. is that the wild hogs, basically from the pigs that the Spaniards brought over, and then that the English brought over, have gotten loose, and there's no native predators here for them, and so they're adapting to the different environments.
Yeah, they destroy everything too.
Yeah, but they're working their way north, and there's even a couple of them, a couple of sounds of wild hogs been found in western Idaho over by Boise, and down in southern Utah up at the 6,000 foot elevations with snow. They're becoming a problem there too.
So somebody probably brought them there figuring, I'll have wild pork all the time, and then it got away. They did that to a couple lakes up in Maine that never had bass in them. some idiot decided to start bringing bass up there and let them loose, and now there's a bounty on it. I mean, Moosehead Lake is a huge lake, and there should never have been bass in it. They're devastating the trout and salmon population.
Yeah.
Well, you've seen it with Australia. Australia's had a devastating, there's been a devastating impact in Australia for, originally there was rabbits. I think it started off, there's actually a famous story behind it. I think some posh English bloke took like 4 or 5 rabbits to Australia, and he wanted to eat them. And now there's like 1 billion rabbits in Australia or something. Literally, they're tearing the countryside apart.
Yeah.
The UK, when it comes to invasive species, I mean, the closest we have really, because we're so close to Europe, everything that would have been here is here. We do have grey squirrels, though, which were introduced from North America. They're not native to this country. And
I apologize for that.
They've had a devastating impact on our native squirrels. We have red squirrels in the UK, but the grey squirrels, apart from they eat a lot of the same habitat as the red squirrels, they also introduced squirrel pox and things like that, or some sort of pox, which killed off a lot of the reds. So that's a bit of an issue, and they're trying to control that up here. There's actually red squirrels where we're at just now, and they try and control the grey squirrels here actively every year. But it's a bit of a losing battle because they're slowly but surely, spreading across the whole of the country. But we have no predators here either. That's why we've got such a big deer problem. There should only be roughly 250,000 deer in Scotland for it to be genuinely sustainable from a health point of view. But there's about 1 million deer in Scotland because we've no wolves and we've no cats big enough to take them down. So the deer are basically getting killed by disease, BMWs, or guys with guns.
Yeah,
and because and because most of the shooting is so tightly regulated in Scotland, it's incredibly difficult to actually make a dent in the numbers here. But from an SHTF point of view, that's a great advantage because nobody's counting who's taking what deer. And if you've got the means to take deer down, then it's deer galore, and you probably live a very long time here just off deer.
Yeah, but you got no raccoons there, do you?
Not yet. Somebody will probably introduce one.
I'll come over and introduce it.
So can we go to the next point on the list?
Sure.
The unseen risks, the dangers of travel from road to congestion and resource scarcity to security concerns on the move.
Yeah, that's travel is always going to be a problem in bugging out, unless you're the first one out and you beat everybody out. But travel is going to be a problem with your vehicle. You never know when it's going to break down if you're driving a vehicle. If you're not the first one out, there's going to be a bunch of others ahead of you taking all the resources along the way. You may get to the gas station, it's out of gas. Then all of a sudden you're on foot. And even if you are planning to travel on foot, how many other people are going to be following the same things? Like here, a lot of people talk about, I'm just going to follow the train tracks. Well, yeah, so are another 50,000 people going to be following those same train tracks.
How many people have tried to do it in the last 5-10 years, or they're just basing it on something they did 20 years ago when the fitness was very different? We have our own travel problems. Alan's boat has a slow puncher, so it's a risk in itself getting over to this island.
Plus, my boat can only take 3 men and a child, so we had to just take one man at a time.
It was all that Diet Pepsi you tried to bring over.
But it's true. There's so many people that I did it myself. The first time I did a big hike, I was basing it off what I could do 10 years ago. And your body changes so much, and you think that's your bug out plan. You've got to think of your own physicality and the people you're traveling with physicality.
Even coming here, like I came here a day early so I could set up on this island and claim the spot, basically. If I was 20 years younger than I am just now, I probably could have got all of my gear in the boat and a one-up, came down the muddy hill, crossed in the boat, and then humped everything in maybe 2 journeys up the steps to where we're at. I'm not 20 years younger, and I think it took me 4 trips, 5 trips or something like that, just by boat. And then I had to go up and down the hill multiple times in order to move stuff. So it's definitely the case that you have to, if you've got this bug out plan in mind and you've got a certain amount of gear that you want to take, you have to actually try and move that gear and see if you even have the capability to do it. And if you don't have the capability to do it and you can't lighten the load, then you're going to have to think about stashing it in places, burying it along the way, or lightening the load in some way. You know, there's stuff you can do if you lighten your load. This stove, for example, that's a traditional wood-burning stove, but it's made of iron, so it weighs a bloody ton. You can get not a cast iron one,
Stainless.
titanium or stainless steel, but I would go titanium, and it's a fraction of the weight, and you can even get ones that fold down nowadays. So that would be an option for me now, thinking if I was going to bug out to a place and I wanted to take a wood-burning stove with me, maybe I should be looking at getting something that's lighter to carry because I'm getting all old and unfit, you know?
So I just got to really interject here for a moment. I think that, like, society, and I don't mean to be tinfoil hat in this in a way, but I think that society's been sold this massive lie that as you're getting older, look, I know that there's studies to back this as well, that as you're getting older, your physicality and your level of fitness starts to go down. But I think that there's definitely this kind of paradigm that people have when it comes, like, in what they believe in when it comes to, like, how capable they really are. And I can guarantee you that if a person, like, actually puts in the time, irrespective of how old they are, you get guys that are, so I'll tell you a quick, just for 20 seconds, I'll tell you that the most fit people that I know by far are a 72 and a 75-year-old this year. They are both cavers, and they are here in the Eastern Cape of South Africa, and they are more fit than I've ever seen any human being in my life. And I'm not even lying to you when I tell you that, guys. And also, like, the guy specifically is, like, quite well, well built, and he's well structured, and their mentality is incredible because they're, like, definitely are people that are hyper fit. They definitely consistently do strength training just a little bit every day. That's the whole thing that I'm consistently trying to preach to everybody as well. So I do think that when it comes to traveling and transportation as well, a lot of the time it's that whole thing that we project kind of our realities as well, right? So we believe that we aren't strong enough for something, and then it actually becomes, like, more of a difficult physical task for us. So I really mean it. And I know that you three over there as well are damn strong gents when it comes down to it. Like, and I know that you're consistently improving. I mean, look what you're doing right now. Like, you're actually out there doing the real thing. Like, you're legitimately, like, conditioning yourself to more, like, wilderness, bugging out type scenarios. And that's when it comes down to, like, moving from place to place. Because World Survivalist over there was also saying, that you have to have a crew to go out and to salvage and stuff as well, which leads into the transportation topic. But what I'll say quickly about all of it is I really, really think that people need to, not right now, but in the coming, like, days or weeks or something, just, like, start thinking in a more optimistic way about the fact that we're getting older, that age is such a deterrent and stuff as well, because you can absolutely be at 60 at the most fit and strongest point of your whole life if you're willing to put the time in. And it really, fitness isn't something that will, like, stick with you forever or come, like, it really comes and goes. So you've got to work at it and just be consistent, and then you'll be surprised what you can do. But when it comes to transportation, one more point quickly that I wanted to make, because I know I'm hearing my voice a bit too much, I'm sorry. But, like, what I will say is that Bob over on the channel has actually got so much knowledge when it comes to this as well, that he's built such a very simplistic thing where he's got a bug-out cart, right? And it's basically a bug-out trolley, like a shopping trolley, but it's, like, converted as well to the max when it comes to having the right equipment on it. And if there isn't the capability to refuel anywhere and you need to move from one place to another, not only does a good level of fitness come into hand as well, but it's also the fact that, like, you're capable of moving something like a trolley like that between a couple of guys that allows you to carry so much more weight, and then to just be able to transport yourselves and your equipment over a much further distance without using, like, so much energy that you restrain yourself. Because obviously in times like that, energy is an extremely finite resource that you're going to consistently need to refuel yourself. So yeah, it's just my 2 cents on that. Just realize that you should be more confident than, wow, that's a strong light. Yeah, sorry about that, Mark. But yeah, it's definitely a whole lie that we've been told that we are deteriorating as we're getting older. Look what people were doing back in the days, like centuries ago. Age was definitely not something where people were like, oh my God, I'm in my 40s, it's over now. You know, it's a lie.
Yeah.
And you need to learn to conserve your energy when you're moving on foot.
I worry about me if I decided to leave where I'm at. It's a 1 hour drive at 65, 70 miles an hour all the way to my cabin. So that's like probably about 120 kilometers to the cabin. It would take me 3 days to walk there in my current condition. And most of the roads are highways, and there's really not a lot of towns, fortunately. So I don't have a lot of infrastructure between me and my property. I just have to get out of my town here, which is just the burbs, and get past the trucking areas and stuff like that. Once I get past that, and that's about 6 miles, it's like farm fields on both sides of the road and the occasional house you can see and a couple exits. Other than that, nope, it's just straight highway. So I just worry about, okay, if I knew I needed to get out there, you know, I'd have to make a bunch of trips with my truck and trailer to bring whatever supplies I need out there, and then one final trip to stay there, assuming I have enough fuel to do it.
Yeah.
So it's about the fit at 40 kind of thing. I'm definitely on that bandwagon now, and I'm trying to get. I think genuinely, most of us here are doing the same sort of thing. We can see a potential future where we may need to be a lot more physically able, and frankly, I blame digital society for the state of people now. It's too easy to get junk food, processed food, compared to fresh.
Yeah, I agree with that.
My wife and I were actually having a conversation on this topic yesterday, and we were speaking about production countries versus consumer countries. And that's actually a big problem, where if you're a consumer country, usually the first world countries, you're importing a lot of goods from other countries, and they're making it much easier to consume. So basically what they're doing is they're pretty, like when you're a consumer country, you end up like having a lot more ease of access food, which actually isn't all that great for you most of the time. And then your third world countries, which are producers, actually end up having like a lot of raw, like if you saw what we eat daily and what we eat week by week, you'd actually be like, wow, that's crazy, because we hardly ever have takeaways. So it's just like interesting in that regard.
All right. Shadow, I'm sharing something right to put up.
I put that up now.
So here's a you call them a shopping trolley, shopping cart, shopping buggy, whatever, and they put bicycle wheels on it. That's going to go over rough ground a lot easier than a regular garden, even the regular garden carts like this one here. But the one I saw here was really cool. Look at all the bricks the guys got loaded into that one.
Yep, exactly. And now the thing is, if you go back to that original, the shopping trolley with the bicycle wheels, if you had actually put better, because we also watch a lot of downhill derby, the Red Bull downhill derbies that happen over there in the UK. We love that. We think that that's one of the most fun things ever. And through watching that, you learn one very, very key component, that when the bicycle wheels are on, they need to be much better mountain bike, wider, more rugged wheels, rather than being like thinner wheels. Because whenever they do those downhill derbies, the quickest way for them to ever kind of like have incidents is because they've got those kind of, those bicycle spoked wheels. And that's when, as soon as they go over the first bump and they're carrying a lot of heavy things, it always bottoms out on itself. So you've really got to like think about the wheels that you're using.
One of the things I like here is, so those are regular street tires they had on that. We have mountain bikes here with the big, fat, massive bicycle tires on it.
There we go.
Those things.
Oh, you mean the fat bikes?
Yep.
Yeah,
those fat tires. Yeah.
Fat tires. Yeah. And you think is, so if you're going to do something like that, make sure you fill the tires with here we call it, it's green slime. It's basically you put a bunch of it in the tube. You then air it up, and if you get the pinhole in it, it just seals it up.
Right. If you're going to get the green slime, make sure it's the right one for the right valves. Don't go on a cycle adventure to Scotland taking the wrong green slime the wrong valves, no spare tyres, and end up dragging a trailer with 2 flat tyres to Carlisle to get punctures repaired. I'm just saying that's totally hypothetical, of course.
Why would you also not just that, but you'll eventually run out of puncture kits. You should perhaps be using permanent tubes. If you can use permanent tubes and just fix the rims themselves, and you have the capacity to fix a rim, you can absolutely get away with permanent tubes being much more long lasting. They are a bit more heavy, and I understand that permanent tubes are more heavy, but I mean, for very long SHTF scenarios, you're going to wish you had permanent tubes in those tires.
Another thing for experience as well, Gil, the one you showed that you pull along, with pulling a trailer as well, the slightest incline nearly doubles what it feels like that weight. Most long distance cycling and stuff like that, put the weight on the bike and around you. I learned this the hard way. So just bear in mind, if that's your plan, to get a trailer like that to make bugging out easier, that's great. Still practice. Please load it with the amount of weight you're going to have to take. See how far you can get without, you need enough energy to potentially defend yourself, potentially set up camp, potentially cooking food, catching food. So how much energy you expend getting up a hill or a mountain, pulling a trailer, is going to matter.
And those fat tires, not for nothing, the wider the tire, the more rolling friction you have. So you may be able to carry a ton of weight, but your rolling friction increases a lot. That's why racing bicycles have these super, super thin tires on them. Yeah, those things.
Yeah, the thing is, though, if you're off road, your racing tires are going to become a hindrance, especially.
No, I'm not saying. Well, it depends on if you're off road. You're going to be off road or on road. If you're going to be traveling a lot on blacktop and that, you don't want super skinnies because you're not doing it for a race. You're doing it to get there. You need a little more beef on it, but you don't want to be putting car tires on your bicycle.
Yeah,
because the rolling friction and the rolling weight, it will increase the energy required to move.
But if you're bugging out and you're not going to be on because you don't want to be on the road if you got a bicycle anyways, you're going to be sticking to paths and stuff or going cross country. One of these things here. Let me see. These tires here, will give you a lot better mobility off road than the skinny tires will.
Yeah, those are just thin motorcycle tires. Those tires are actually pretty thin too. They're not really on a tricycle. You're not going to be taking that thing off road because those tires, you can look at the shine on the sidewall. That's not some thick rubber. That's some seriously thin rubber. Wouldn't take much to puncture it.
But yeah, you can get, I just pulled this one up quick because this is the one I had in here. We were thinking about getting for our grandson because he's the autistic one. So something that he can keep his balance on, but for around town here. But if you're going to be doing one for bugging out, do your search, get the, check the tires, go through the different ones, talk to the professional bicyclists about it and what they can get.
Little one Prepper says, in a bug out situation, it would be very important to pace yourself. You will do much better at a steady pace than going full steam until you collapse. I agree.
Yeah.
So, Shadow, bring up the Rokon quickly. Bring up the ROKON, Rokon motorcycle. Just Rokon motorcycle and then click images and just enlarge that just for a minute.
I'm doing it.
Yeah.
Okay.
ROCON?
ROKON.
KON.
Yeah. Now, if you're ever going to need any sort of transport, these are genuinely made for preparedness, and they are the best motorcycle and transport system that you will find in the whole world. I'll absolutely bet my name on that statement itself. Rokon, they are designed in every way to be extremely rugged and durable motorcycles. And the whole point to them primarily is that you can actually store fuel in their wheels as well. And the reason for the motorcycles are genuinely just that. There's even a Rokon, bring up Rokon Prepper. Bring up Rokon motorcycle and then type Prepper afterwards. They actually have a Prepper version. You won't believe this when you see it, but it's legit. Look at that. this is designed for preparedness. Like when it comes to transportation, like you guys can keep every other mode of transport out in the world and I wouldn't give a damn. Like this is the real thing. Like it floats across rivers, so it like never fails you. It consistently rides like through everything. It's amazing in terms of like just its capability. There are so many little like nifty components to it as well that you can get that make it so much more of like an incredible motorcycle. And I know that not everybody's into motorcycles. That's fine. You don't even need to be for the Rokon. The Rokon's just that good. Like you just get used to it pretty quickly and you'll have complete capability in any bug out situation.
Yeah.
The deeper dive that you guys do on your own time through the next several days or through the next weeks or whatever on Rokon, you'll definitely see why it is what it is and why I stand by it so strongly.
And this one even got a trailer for it.
Yep.
Cool. Well, I like this one here. It's got the pew pew case on the side of it too.
Enlarge Mark's enlarge that. Show this again, Mark. Like just and then actually enlarge Mark's screen for a shadow.
My screen, no, Gil's screen.
Gil, my apologies.
You want this picture enlarged?
Yeah, no, enlarge the picture that Mark's busy showing there at the bottom. If you take the comment away, if you remove that comment, you'll see Mark's picture at the bottom on the left-hand side.
Oh, you need a trailer here?
No. Mark knows what I was saying.
My raccoon picture?
He's saying, make me bigger. Make me bigger. Mike, not Mark. Mike.
Yeah, no, Shadow, take away the take the comment off the screen and make Mike bigger.
Yeah.
Oh, I see here. Let me go there. There we go.
But it's all right. You can just do it there. I wanted to show that because that's just come to the UK, right? So they're like Amazon delivery bikes, but they're electric bikes. And I got talking to the guy, and it's got 3 batteries. So it's got 1 battery that's fused, and then he pulls that out and puts another one in. He does driving deliveries all day in that. It carries weight, and he's got massive range. He's got 3 batteries. That combined with a solar charger, so when you stop to charge up them batteries, that would be the perfect bug-out vehicle.
Yes, that is also brilliant. I love that. I think that's innovation right there, and there's a reason why Amazon would be using that. Like, obviously, you've got a lot of carrying capacity there, so if you're wanting to like carry goods and stuff as well, and obviously if it's electric and it's also using solar, as long as you have a backup solar panel, because obviously solar panels can degenerate over time. So having like 2 or 3 solar panels to just make sure that you back up that battery, you're sorted.
Yeah, I'd put solar panels on the top and solar panels on the side that when I stopped, I could lift them up.
Even when you're on the move, you could charge them. You could also charge other electronic devices
on the move. But once you stop for lunch or whatever, throw those panels up, get a half hour, an hour of extra full charge on it.
Oh, it's genuinely, I'm going to contact them because it's my mission to try and get hold of one of these and out of commission one or see where they get them from or get something. I just want to, that would make an excellent project.
Yes.
Hey, Gil, pull up the picture of, because Trump just allowed Toyota or Honda or whoever to bring over those tiny trucks, which are like base model vehicles that have a 0.9 cubic liter or 0.9 liter engine, but they carry a lot of weight. They're real basic and they're cheap, and it doesn't have
the ones that aren't allowed here in the U.S. Yeah,
and completely collapsible if hit by a semi,
or a speeder on a bicycle.
Yes.
Let me look for this Toyota.
Little truck. Yeah, little Toyota truck or something.
Hilux. No, it's not the Hilux. It's the I'm trying to remember what it was called because I was
Is it key cars?
No. This is Toyota makes them in China, but they're not allowed. They weren't allowed here because of safety concerns or whatever. Because we need 87 computers and 1 million tons of weight and giant tires on our stuff here because that's what they want.
Well, actually, the reason why it's not allowed here has to do with Germany and the the import tax on chickens that we were sending over there. And so the president back then, I think it was Johnson, went and said, okay, fine, and threw big tariffs on any truck that doesn't meet a certain thing. So give me a second here. Not sold in the U.S. There we go. Here we go. Yeah, it is a Toyota Hilux images. Let's see here. There we go. And so this might be available there in the UK. There is no AC in it. There is only heater for a small heater defroster. There's nothing on the inside. There's no plastic panels and everything. It's all bare metal. You got a cheap seat on it, and yeah, it's $13,000 for the work truck. The side things fold up, so it folds up, so it looks like that. And yeah, they're bench. I'm not even sure if it has a bench seat.
Need a side by side of something because I can't tell how. That looks like a regular truck in the UK.
It's I'm trying to find some pictures.
No, it's not. It's not that one. Yeah, it's a little tiny thing. I saw there was a YouTube video on I watched. Pretty cool.
Yeah, but these are the ones that's not allowed in the U.S. There's the person standing behind it, but it's not really that tiny. It's just that there's nothing on it.
They made it a base model. They put back. You got manual windows, manual everything.
Yes,
real basic controls. And not even a 1 liter engine in it. It's not meant for like long hauling and towing tons of stuff. No, it's just meant for like local deliveries and local stuff.
Yeah.
And, I mean, that's not a safety issue. That was every car in the UK at one point. I mean, the mini metros with manual everything, even a manual choke on it and stuff like that.
Oh yeah, like the Cooper, the original Cooper Minis and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, but yeah, the pickup basically was one of the things that was listed. All right, you can't import it because Volkswagen had one just like it back in the 60s, and nope, can't import it. Going to screw us up. Our exporting chickens to you. We're not going to allow you to import your truck to us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can also confirm that I found another food source while I was out there on the island. I seen a toad. We've got toads on this island. So, that's something.
Yummy. Toads or frogs? I wouldn't eat a toad. I'd eat a frog.
I think it was a toad.
If it's the
You'd
right
have
toad,
to skin it. If it was a toad, you'd have to skin it.
you could have a really good time if it's the right toad.
Rat toad.
Yeah.
3 blokes on a tiny island in a castle licking toad. Welcome to the internet.
Wait a minute. Why did I suddenly get a vision of Dungeons and Dragons and one of the songs put out by this company that does all these Dungeons and Dragons songs of all the misfortunes happened to it? The cleric licked the toad, the paladin did this, and we're all dying now.
I mean, I've already fell down 8 castle steps today.
Oh, ow.
There's a lovely shot on my channel when you all get a chance to go and have a look. It's not really recorded properly. It's me holding my phone, so you just see a rapid decline. And then Brian follows up filming me because, right, this is when you know people are friends, right? Hit the floor. Both said, "Are you all right?" I went, "Yeah, I'm all right." Both of their cameras beeped to turn on at the same time while I was still on the floor.
Walk it off, Mike. Hey, don't forget to pick up the stuff you dropped because we're going.
Alan's the only one losing things this time.
Yeah, I am.
So just quickly, something that I've been thinking about quite a lot is those motorized paragliders. And in a bug out situation, I know that you might not have endless amounts of fuel, but it'd be rather interesting that they create something that's solar powered when it comes to the motor that's at the back, that you could have one of those paragliders if you have spares, obviously, as well. Like that, in terms of a transport capability, to actually be able to fly over terrain would be phenomenal. Like there are definitely a lot of those people that use those motorized paragliders, and having something like that, I mean, you're just hacking the system then entirely. Like how ridiculous is that in a bug out?
I mean, I fell down 6 steps, me with a paraglider. You just may as well name it Icarus.
That sounds like so much fun though, Mark. I'm jealous.
Oh, it is. The weather's traditionally Scottish. I wouldn't have it any other way.
Nice. Welcome in, Bushcraft family. Good to see you, brother.
Good to see you, Bushcraft family. Good to
Hope
see
that you're having a lovely December, and that applies to everybody else as well. I see that some of us are doing it the right way over on an island with a castle on it, and that's so overpowered. It's the best way to live, man. Yeah, exactly. And what's funny is that you guys are, instead of like watching a telly or something as well, you've got like a whole bunch of people in the chats and the panel that are joining in on you, and you actually like bringing all of us with you on your experience. So that's really cool. And obviously, as somebody that's just like an avid camper and an outdoorsman, and like somebody that really loves hiking and every experience like that, it's just like the best part, the best times of my life, 100% for the most part, that aren't with my wife and my family have been like, I've got to disclaimer that, have been like absolutely out there in the wilderness and doing what you guys are doing out there. Like, and what a great time of the year to be doing it as well, right?
I mean, as we mentioned before about people's abilities, Alan said on our podcast that we've just done, this is the time of year you need to try it. SHTF not going to happen on the perfect June evening. It's going to happen when the weather's terrible. We are mid-December in Scotland. It doesn't get, unless there was snow, which we'd probably prefer at this point. Snow would have been better. It's not going to get worse than this. So test it like this, and everything else is just going to be gravy.
Yeah. Yeah, Murphy's Law. If anything can go wrong, it will go wrong at the worst possible moment, which means SHTF is going to happen in the middle of a winter storm.
Or a hurricane or something.
Yeah, probably.
We're renaming that gill to Mike's Law, just so you're aware for future reference.
I'm seriously pissed for that thing. I think as well, I mean, see something to think about when we were talking about carrying kit earlier and looking at ways of carrying. The kit, all of this kit here has got a weight to it. But see, when it gets wet like this, you can add another 20% of the weight onto that easily. So that's something to think about as well. People probably don't think too much about when they're carrying their backpack. If that gets rained on for a long period of time, no matter how water repellent they say it is, or even if you put a waterproof cover over it, the saturation point of that pack eventually will start holding, and you'll really start feeling the weight. So if you've got a lot of gear and you're just carrying it around in summer days, thinking, I can handle this, think about what it feels like if you carry it in the rain for a couple of days.
Bushcraft family says, with a topic, bug in until you can't, then bug out. Yeah.
Yeah, every situation is going to be different, whether you'll know, I mean, I need to get out of here or I need to stay put.
Also, you can't leave it till it's too late. You really can't leave it till it's too late when it comes to like when to actually go. And obviously, when the stores start running out of supplies and people start getting desperate, you shouldn't be anywhere near that. You really, like, in a strategic way, like obviously the way that people get desperate and they just completely, start panicking. Make sure that you're out of harm's way when that happens.
Hungry people do bad things.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly that, sir. And they'll
Especially
do anything
if
for
they are
themselves.
desperate.
Yep, desperate people, and they would literally do anything to anybody to make sure that themselves and their families are okay. And you can't blame them. It's human beings' survival instinct.
Yeah, it's human nature. Especially if they have kids, if it's just a single person or two people, grown adults or 16 or over, whatever you want to call it, that's one thing. But if you have 2 grown adults and 2 or 3 small children, it'll be uglier because they want, and they're
Definitely.
protecting their kids just like a bear and their cubs,
Yep, exactly. Like I would literally do anything for my family, man. Like, and I don't mean to be cheesy or cliche. Like I would literally, there's nobody that would come before my family.
Yeah, bushcraft family. Your first option should never be bugging out unless you live in a city and there is some place, a lot of rural areas to go to, maybe. But I wouldn't want to be in a city if the crap hit the fan at all.
We were just talking about this, and where I am now, 3 apartment buildings, like 80 stories high, overlook my garden.
Ooh.
And I'm right bang in the city. So bug out has suddenly become a real option. I was the first. Hang on, it's suddenly snowing and inside. Sorry.
Was born and stoked inside a tent can be hazardous.
Yeah, well, with you talking it does. But yeah, no, it's a real option bugging out for me now. It's actually had to become my priority. And I was always bugging 100%. But if you think you're going to have to deal with another 240 families in all them flats, hungry, looking over your garden thinking, oh, he's growing things, it's not worth the risk to your family.
So there's also.
I definitely agree with you, Mike, about that one.
For the record, we're training for like when we bring kids along because they're a bit of a hindrance. So we brought Brian because that's a similar sort of thing. So
Brian is the security. Well, or what?
Brian, I will not laugh loudly at that joke. I do apologize. It was funny, but I'm preserving feelings here. So, and also, just friendships in general, because you can make a good joke and stuff as well. But it's unfortunate that if somebody in my situation does it and laughs at it, it definitely makes it so much worse. I just wanted to say that with the family thing, it definitely comes down to making sure that, like, knowing that you will be moving a lot slower. And the kind of challenges when it does come to that are a lot more severe. Like when kids get sick as well, like it's definitely so much more dramatic for the people that are around them as well. It's not as, when you're an adult, you can rough it out kind of thing. And usually you can pick back quite quickly. But if you've got a kid that's sick for 4 or 5 days, like everything else just automatically stops. So yeah, it's important.
Sorry, I had to put that up there.
No, it's good. I see that.
Yeah, you don't have to be faster than the bear. You just have to be faster than someone else in your group.
That's right.
And
Sorry,
CR
Brian.
says Brian can be part of OGs here.
Oh, CR? I'm having lunch, CR.
Howie says he's back with a Christmas tree. So we have the next point. Bug out versus bug in scenarios. Civil unrest, extended power grid failure, natural disasters, and determine the best primary strategy for each.
So on that topic, I think that a frame of reference has to be taken into account. Not everywhere internationally will deal with the situation in the same way. Certain places are already experiencing civil unrest prior to SHTF happening. So in a lot of the different scenarios, you just got to be understanding for where you're at. And obviously in situations that are already dire, it could get much worse, much more quickly than perhaps countries that have more sustainability.
One of the things to consider on that is medical conditions. Some people have to have, they got the kidney machine done, dialysis, home dialysis.
Yeah.
Are those that have
those who have CPAP machines as well.
Mm-hmm. Or not necessarily CPAP, the oxygen generators or the oxygen tube things.
Yeah.
That will also determine, for a lot of people, it's like I ain't bugging out. I'll just stay here. Either I'll make it or I won't.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely agree with that.
Yeah.
A CPAP machine is not that easy to take with you if you're bugging out.
Depends on, all right. If you have a power source, you can do it. When I went through the wood badge program for Scoutmasters,
Yeah.
for scouts and stuff, I had a CPAP, and this was back before we had the nice light lithium iron phosphate batteries. And I had lead acid batteries, and so I had to pack that down into the campsite. I make two trips, to pack my pack down and to pack down a couple of things. But once I was down there, I was there for the week on my and it had a little solar panel, so it charged it up during the day, and the battery kept me going for my CPAP at night. Later on at scout camp, I had the Yeti 400, and that would keep my CPAP going and the assistant scoutmaster CPAP going. And during the day, we just hike it over to the med shack and plug it in there, so it recharge that way.
That's awesome.
I'm just looking what these guys are doing. They're smoking themselves out or something, or.
Yeah, we tried to get the fire going a bit there, and we kind of back smoked dragged ourselves. So we've got a choice of dying of smoke insulation or going into a storm. So we're all still just breathing in the smoke.
That's another problem with bugging out, is smoke and how it's going to signal everybody else around that you're out there.
Yeah, definitely.
Food Forest has the best idea when it comes to really the people that'll live the longest. So if you can conceal yourself as well, we understand that at times you will have to, do what is right, and that sometimes means coming out of concealment. Really, it does. But being able to actually be wise in how you travel on the road and not travel during the day on the roads, keep off the roads is the whole slogan, right? The roads will absolutely catch up to you. A lot of people will be on the roads as well, traveling from point A to point B. And just in general, if you can travel like swiftly with no kind of, exposure, the more that you can do that, the better.
Yeah. Definitely.
Shoot. There was a book series on. I'm trying to.
Hey, Dana. Good to see you.
Mark's actually smoking in the smoke. Like, that's the best way to kind of evade it.
We were just saying that. It's the wrong kind of smoke in the lungs. It's happy to substitute it.
No, I think it actually helps it. I think Mark's actually better than anybody else in the tent because of the fact that he's capable of, filtrating that smoke while he is smoking the vape.
And Silvestris has a point, actually. Just back in the
burning
day,
the wrong kind of weeds in that fire.
Wood. No smoke keeps your operation secrets. Okay, good to know.
What we figured was, because Brian's the oldest here, we were talking about preserving meat, we thought we'd smoke him.
You're going to need a bigger fire. They don't have the logs. I'm too fat. They don't have the logs to smoke me.
I actually appreciate you joining as well. I think that it's going to be interesting, coming up as well. I need to spend a bit more time on Scottish Preppers channel. It's something that I actually would like to do. I'll do so, perhaps a bit over the day tomorrow and then tomorrow afternoon. I do need to. I think I am subscribed to you, Scottish, but I just need to spend a bit more time over on your content. If we can just link up Scottish Preppers channel as well, so people can join over there. Anybody who isn't, subscribed to Brian already, you can perhaps just head over to Brian's channel and just subscribe there. And I think that because I know just from catching him once or twice on lives, that there's a lot of knowledge that he's willing to impart on to others.
All right, I'm going to share something here. All right, there we go. Come on, take it. There it takes it. Thomas A. Watson has some really good books, but one of his favorite series is a 4-book series called Dark Titan Journey, and he's down in Georgia when a solar flare causes a massive CME hitting the Earth with a EMP, and power gets knocked out for most of the country. And he's trying to get home, and the first thing he winds up doing is picking up a 13-year-old girl who's been hurt and injured, and he's a nurse, and he's helping her back, get healthy and stuff. And then he picks up. Then this boy falls in behind him, a 16-year-old boy who's overweight, and he's teaching them everything about survival, everything about plants, vegetation, animals, and everything else, and traveling at night, how to make a fire so people can't see you while you're bugging, or in this case, he's bugging home, and everything else. So if you have Amazon and you have Amazon Prime, some of the on the audiobooks, it's free right now if you have the audiobook deal with the audio trial stuff. But I got them all on the my Kindles. Every Kindle I have, my wife's Kindle, it's all on there. It's Dark Titan Journey is the series title, and the first 2 books are it's action, adventure, and stuff, but they're constantly teaching you about stuff that you need to do to know. So just one of the things, see if you're thinking about bugging out, he covers all their mistakes. He shows mistakes and stuff they make along the way, and running into marauders and gangbangers and all this other stuff going on. So
yeah, that's actually useful. I bookmarked that as well. I'll definitely check it out, Gil. Thank you. I actually love things like that. And if it's about more concealment practices and OPSEC, I think that's the way to go. And the fact that he actually illustrates some of his mistakes, I think that's one of the most important things. Learning from our mistakes as we go through the journey, whether it be camping, hiking, or preparedness as well in general. That's something that we should absolutely do. And I can't stress this enough, but wet socks, if you've got to travel like quite far from somewhere, from point A to point B, like make sure that you have a spare set of socks at all times, and having baby powder to make sure that there's chafe resistance can be really good. Baby powder is also something that people don't speak about enough. And having tape, like very strong tape, Gorilla Tape is one of those things too, where you can just like along the road when you are traveling from one point to another and you are bugging out, that you can just repair things. So even like having the skill set to, thread a needle, and to be able to actually do stitching into sew material as well, to sew equipment that has perhaps a head, like bug out bags and that, like just be capable to be adaptable is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I agree. And if I'm going for a hike or something, I always have extra socks with me.
Yeah, because look,
I always have.
I did like a 35 kilometer walk about 3 months ago. And when I did the 35, I walked along the spine of my city. And like when walking through the entire city, like I definitely noticed that about a little bit past the halfway mark, I ended up walking through some thick grass, and the grass was wet because there wasn't a path next to the highway. So I had to walk through quite thick grass, and that ended up making my socks wet. And man, like I'm always one that believes in having a spare set of socks with you, but I didn't on that day, and I really, really regretted it. So it's that whole thing as well, Gil, where I'm glad that he shared his mistakes, because learning from your mistakes is such an important component to what we do.
with
Daria,
socks.
Daria, do you want to jump on the panel as well? It's up to you, Daria, if you like to. What did you say, Gil?
With socks, something else to consider is water shoes. So like if you got to cross a stream, you don't want to cross it in your hiking boots and have then be going for the next 10 miles. You can take your shoes off, put on the water shoes, take off your shoes and socks, put on the water shoes, cross the stream, dry your feet off, put the socks back on, put your good hiking boots back on, and continue on your way. And just hang the water shoes off the back. The backpack will drip dry. But yeah, all of our scouts were told, you come to scout camp, you will have your hiking boots, you will have water shoes, and you'll have flip-flops for going to the showers.
Yeah, actually, for about two years, I lived in water shoes for the most part. I obviously have other shoes with me, but because we live so close to like a river and an ocean, like I definitely see the value in having water shoes around. And not just that, but at the end of a long day, and with like if you've been hiking the whole day and you're around a campsite, you definitely want to have water shoes or something similar to that, because your feet don't want to be in those boots anymore. So to have an extra set of shoes that's comfortable, like water shoes are, and you can prevent yourself from like walking over anything that causes injury to the bottom of your foot and prohibits you from walking further. So obviously having water shoes in that case as well, it's just so nice. Like if you ever do like a 2-day hike or anything like that, having like water shoes, as Gil's saying, man, they're great. It's only once you've experienced them and you've gotten used to them that you're like, that's why they exist. No, don't do flip-flops. Flip-flops are terrible. I hate flip-flops.
Yeah, I know, but
Yeah, I don't like it
at
either.
scout camp, it's a gravel path, 50 yards to a shower house. And so it told scouts, wear your flip-flops, no running. You walk over there, you shower, you walk back, you change back into, your other ones. One of the things that I did my last 2 years at scout camp, I took the indoor-outdoor slippers. They got the rubber sole on it, leather sides and everything else. The Eddie Bauer indoor-outdoor slippers, and I'd keep those in the camp. I wear those around in the camp, and I went in the morning for breakfast and stuff. And we had to go to the quad area for the raising of the flag and everything else. Then I put my hiking boots on. I wore my hiking boots going around camp, checking all the scouts. And then when I came back and I'm in camp for the rest of the night, back into the slippers. Oh, I got ribs so bad, but I'm there like, ooh, my feet feel so good and they smell nice too.
So I keep a couple spare pairs of old sneakers at my cabin. Yeah. I mean, they're worn out. Yeah, the rubber's kind of flipping off a little bit. I got the Velcro strap ones, not the laced ones. And I got to go in the stream all the time when I'm getting water in that and hooking up my pumps. And I'll just slap the sneakers on, roll my pants legs up, and just go out in the stream. And then when I come back, I just hang the shoes up. They're just sneakers. I don't really care. I don't wear socks. And then I come back, dry my feet off, and oh, goody, Mike. Mike's about to tell some scary stories there to his fellow broke-back campers.
I was going to say something when we were talking about waterproof shoes for crossing streams and stuff, but it was so rainy here, I didn't think you would hear me. So, like, I was crossing when we did the crossing here. I was doing it in a small kayak, and I wore these wellies, thinking that would be the best option for getting across the water. But it turns out you actually can't wear wellies in a kayak, so I had to take the wellies off and then get in the kayak. And then once I got to the shore, I had to try and get the wellies back on without falling in the lock, and it became a bit of a palaver. So if I had something like a lot, even slip-on Crocs or something probably would have been better, just for crossing, like getting from one end of the shore to the other. So that's a good call, because especially this time of year, if you get your boots wet, it takes hours to dry, even days sometimes. You're just not drying those. And that's when you start getting like trench foot and things like that, because you've got wet feet. So something to cross streams in that you can change out of is a good move. But something that isn't going to cut your feet. It has to be something like decent rubberized soled shoes or something.
All right, Shadow, make me big.
Sure.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. So these are the slippers. These are slippers, and these I've been wearing these for about a year. They're about time for me to replace them with new ones because the inside's getting worn down a little bit. But yeah, so it's got the rubber on it, leather outside, and you know, if I'm not going outside and I don't want to put my work boots on, this is what I wear around inside the house most of the time. And you know, here in the U.S., you can get these at Sam's Club. In fact, they should be out right now, being brought out for the wintertime. So I'll probably get another pair here shortly. Yeah, these things are, I mean, nice, soft, you know, decent sole on it, and it lasts for a while. Like I said, I've been wearing these. I got wearing these since last winter. Most of the winter I wore them, and when the grandkids are over here all the time, I'll slip these on, so my feet are doing better. Okay, make me small.
Will do.
So yeah, having extra shoes to let your feet relax after hiking for quite a while is a good thing.
Yeah, when I was 15 and hiking in the mountains, I had my hiking boots on, but at the camp I used to just simple sneakers.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to have boots on all day and not in the camp, especially if you walked a long distance.
And especially when you get older. You know,
Yeah.
You know,
It's okay when you're young, it works, but not when you get older.
20 years ago, when I was first starting out at Scout Camp, I wore my Red Wing boots, and that's the thing is the type of boots. Yeah, the type of boots make a big difference in how long you can wear them during the day. I would wear my Red Wing work boots, you know, all day long at Scout Camp, and they're such a good quality boot that my feet were not hurting. One time my wife was complaining about how much I was spending for the Red Wing boots. She goes, "Get the ones at Walmart." Oh man, my feet were dying. And not only that, the boots at Walmart, in 3 months I was having to replace them. So I went through 4 pair in a year. My Red Wings lasted me 6 years.
That's
so it's
awesome.
actually cheaper to buy the Red Wings than it was to buy the cheap Walmart boots.
Yeah, I'm also going to, I definitely would love to continue chatting a bit more, but it is, yeah, it's just 11:15 on this side, so it is starting to settle down on this end. I do want to thank everybody, as always, for being on the panel as well, and for sharing the stream as well with Shadow. And thanks for hosting, Shadow. I really appreciate everything that you do for us. I'll chat to everybody soon.
You're very welcome.
Take care. God bless, Guardian.
Take
Bye
care,
for now.
stay safe, Guardian.
I look forward to catching up, Daryl. I'll maybe give you like a call or something sometime so we can have a bit of a chat.
Yeah,
Look
we'll
after
catch
yourself.
up. Definitely. Take care.
Good
Hello,
to see you,
Shadow.
dear.
You all right?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good.
Hi, everybody else. Everybody in the chat. Hello.
Hello, we're doing our best, but the rain is so bad. We're just hearing bits, so that's why we're keeping ourselves muted now. But nice to see you, Daryl.
That's all right.
And then we have the last.
All right.
Then we have the last point on this in my notes, actually. Bug out locations. Why having a planned, prepared destination is the single most important part of the entire plan.
Absolutely.
You're not going to make it up as you go along. I mean, you may have to make it up as you go along if all your plans fall apart, but you better be prepared to be able to figure it out as you go.
Yeah. Now, one of the things
Brian's sleeping. No, not anymore.
One of the things that you got, was it? Best way to put it here. From the TV show The Flash, Captain Cold. Devise the plan, execute the plan will go off the rails, throw away the plan.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, and basically that's the old take of the military adage, no plan survives contact with the enemy. And in this case, enemy is the event.
Whatever it is,
Exactly.
whatever it may be.
Watching from the enemy territory. Wait a minute, that must mean that he's in California.
Probably.
Follow the money.
And if you can't follow the money, just notice who has a like $100,000 a year salary, and now they're making millions of dollars. You may not be able to follow the money, but you know who's getting the money.
Yeah. I say, when is bugging out worth the risk? I think if your life is at risk and you absolutely have to move, because if you stay where you're staying, your life is going to be at risk. Be it a building fire, you have to get out 100%, or not just a building, it could be in your whole area. If you're, for example, if you're in an area where there's bombs going off and you're watching the block next door, you get blown up, another block down the road get blown up, you're thinking it's only a matter of time for my block to get blown up. It might be a good time to move. So I think, you know, if you have to bug out, if your life is at risk, then you have to move. And having a secondary place, having a bug out location makes a lot of sense. It's not only a place where you could go to in a time when you have to bug out, but it's also a place where you could have some stores, some supplies, some, you could have your bug out gear there, already. You could have it pre-placed there already. And, you could use that as a stepping stone. You may have a few. Alan says that he has caches. I too have caches as well, which is a good idea. Along the way, you might have a bug out location, and it might be several miles away. And you think, well, okay, along the way, you've buried a few little supplies, little small caches here. Might be water, might be some food, might be just a shelter place for over the night. If you have to do an overnighter. So having several bug out locations is also a good idea, because if your bug out location is compromised, damn, I've lost all my gear, I can't stay here. Oh, I've got a plan C. I've got another place with another load of stuff. So it might be worth saying, okay, what if I split up my gear? What is funny to me, and maybe the panel can tell me what they think, is when you see people with bug out bags, they'll have a shelter and they'll also have shelter building stuff. And I'm thinking, well, either or either. I mean, if you've got a shelter already, you don't need to have shelter building stuff. And if you've got shelter building stuff, you don't need to have shelter. So lighten your load, split it up. Say, okay, in my bug out bag, I'll have the tent, the tarp, what have you, and I'll have the tools for shelter building at my location. It might be in the countryside. So what do you guys think on that? Do you think it's true? Some people do overkill in their bug out bag. They have shelter building stuff, and they'll also have shelters in the bug out bag. So
yeah, definitely that's true, because people watch YouTube videos and think, that's a good idea, I'll do that. That's a good idea, I'll do that. And they accumulate this bag and they never test it. The best bug out bag is one you've used multiple times, and you'll fine tune your own gear. The first time you pack it, you're going to put a load of stuff in there that you won't even touch and won't even use. And try, when you're thinking about things, think of multi-use items. this can do this, but it can also start a fire. This can be used for medical, also for tinder, that kind of thing. So it's a fine-tuning process, and people do go massively OTT, and that's the same people that never try and carry it more than 10 miles. So just be realistic with yourself.
Exactly. I mean, if you're going to go to a bug out location, why not stow the shelter building stuff there? Why have a tent?
You can store it there.
Exactly.
If you can't store it there, do you really want to bug out there?
Well, oh yeah, sorry. I thought you meant you can store it there, Stu.
It's if you can store it there. If you can't store it
Yeah.
there, is there a good bug out location?
Well, again, you can use your caches that are not they're not at your bug out location, but they're on the way or they're sort of on the outskirts. I mean, another idea, if you do bug out, build a secondary sort of night setup where it's basically like security. You've got your real sleeping location and you've got a fake one. So if someone comes into your camp, they're going to go into the fake one. You don't want to, you don't exactly. If you can't get your gear, maybe put it outside the location. That's just an option.
Yeah. Let me scroll back up here. There was a comment here. Okay. Grampy Adventures put in, would you bug out to a local authority in SHTF? Then he clarifies that with emergency camps. It depends on who's doing it.
No.
And what?
No.
Because Bob, if Bob was up there, he would say, yeah, go to the camps, because in the Philippines, those are safe places. They protect the camps. They run them. But some places you're going to have a corrupt manager over it, and then you don't want to go to one of those. If the camp is, don't just march into a camp. Eyeball it first. Spend the night outside with binoculars. Watch it. There may or may not be a good place to go. It may be a place to go get supplies and then keep on trucking.
An attachment. We were talking about this before, and in the UK, the logistics just isn't there. So you'd go to this, Angela Rayner refugee camp, and there would be no meals that arrived. There'd be no warmth. You would just be rounded up, and you're on a ticking clock. And suddenly you're also surrounded by people that could be potentially sick, passing things on to you. If you are any sort of prepared, you should avoid them things like the plague. My personal opinion, you guys do you.
Yeah.
I agree with you about that, Mike.
That works good in the U.S. is the Red Cross and the Salvation Army set up good shelters for evacuations. Like from the hurricanes and stuff, they'll have it set up. You come in, they know how many people they will put in there, and they'll only take till they reach that limit. They won't keep packing people in, and they always make sure they have enough food to feed those they bring in. Now, some of them try to set up, we can take everybody here at the school or whatever, and they don't have food. So it depends who's running the quote camp, the shelter, whatever you want to call it, whether or not you're going to go there. It's like I said, it's just like the question here: is it safe to bug out, or is it safer to stay home? So when it comes to the camps, it's unless you know who's running it, how things are going in there, you're rolling the dice. You may get snake eyes, or you may get boxcars.
Guys, we are signing off from Camp Mountain Castle because we can't hear hardly anything now. So we'll say goodbye. Thank you for having us. Thank you to all the chat. Shadow, we'll catch you in a much quieter stream on another day. Cheers.
Yeah.
I can't wait to see the video. It says falling down on Brokeback Mountain.
It's already on a short. If you want to see me fall over, go and check it out. See you later, guys.
Later.
See you later, Mike.
Bob's in the chat here. But yeah, I mean, Bob's talked a lot about the what's set up over there in the Philippines.
That's a whole different life over there. It's nothing close
Yeah,
to
it
here.
is.
Yeah. And like I
same
say,
with Shadow in Sweden, me on the East Coast, you on the West Coast North, Bob and closer to a city on the West Coast. you know, and the real downtown London or wherever, and everybody else. I mean, it all depends on where you physically are.
Mhm.
There is no one size fits all. Do that when this happens. Do this. It's like, why would I leave where I'm at? I'm not in a city.
Right. And the thing is too, is you never, you know, like I said, what is the event? Do you really need to go into one of those camps or shelters? What's the weather like? You know, and now,
Is it a flood location? Like, for example, I was like, yeah, I like Wales would be a nice location. High ground. It's got Mount Snowdonia. Like like Chef says, I'm in the city, and to be honest, I'm sort of got. I've got a few options now, and I've been praying about it as well. I've been thinking about it, and recently I've got a lot of friends that are actually moved to Wales, and I kind of see it as a sign. Wow, I've got friends now that are actually in Wales, and they've actually said to me, "Oh, you must visit sometime." And so, bam, there's a that's gone in my notebook, and actually just as a stepping stone, even if I could just get to their garden and pitch my tent, I can use that place as a stepping stone to get to Mount Snowdonia.
and so if you have friends like that, it's like, hey, can I leave this container there?
Exactly.
It has supplies for it. Can I leave it there in your garage, in your attic, whatever, as an emergency stop-off spot for me?
Exactly. And so now, not only that, while they're there, they're gathering information. Like we said earlier, networking, getting to know people. They're gathering information, and they've since told me, oh, by the way, you can get a certain amount of acres for this price. And like you said, you could buy an acre or two and even just use it as a stop-off point. I mean, there's laws now in the UK. You can't sort of live on the land. There's rules, there's complications. So anyway, you've got options. So while your friends are there, they're collecting information, what it's like. Also, remember the topography. He told me. I said to him, "Oh, I heard you had floods in Wales." He said, "Oh, I'm on the top of the hill. I'm on the top. That happened in the lower part of my city." I was like, "Wow." So, get to know the location. You don't want to put all your stuff somewhere only to find out it's been flooded.
Right.
Yeah. But yeah, having that kind of, like different people, start networking. Like they said, like Mike said, I'm in a tent with two guys I met on YouTube. So, if you don't talk to people, you won't get situations. So while you can, get out there. While there's still ways of communicating, now you can text people, you can email people, you can talk to people. Start now. Don't wait. Don't just be shy and then be totally on your own in a bug-out situation, which would be terrible.
Kaylin's comment there about plus some evac shelters have strict, what you can bring in and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
So if you are, depending what you have on you, you may not even want to go near one of those because some places say, oh, you're not allowed to have pew-pews around here, or you're not allowed to have bow and arrows or whatever. And you don't want to give up that to go spend the night in there. The other thing you also has to worry about is crooked law enforcement.
Oh, yeah, we've got to watch out for them now.
Yeah, but if you're hiking along, and you got everything on your back. Oh, what are you doing? Where are you living at? What are you doing here? All right, we're going to see what you're carrying here and go through your gear. Or if you're in a car, they may try to stop vehicles and searching vehicles that are going through their area because they don't want. Oh, we're checking for drugs. We don't want drugs coming in our area during this SHTF situation. So yeah, you got there's multiple things you got to watch out for. It makes it whether or not it's worth the risk to be bugging out in that area. So in other words, do your homework, do your research ahead of time, and have a plan and write it down. Right, Bob?
For a good topic. For us here where we live, Mount Rainier explodes, we're gone. Even if we got to leave everything behind, because you will not survive a lahar. You will not survive it. No one will. But
Yep.
Other than that, would be like flood, fire. We're staying here. You know, flood, fire. Yeah, I've got everything all set up. Boom, we can just head out for a short period of time, or not. You know, but yeah, I'm staying here. Hey, CR, good to see you here. Yeah. Yeah, if flood or fire comes and I have to leave and there's a shortage of anything, I'm going to take everything away from CR. I'm going to eat all his food.
Take his curry noodle. Take his curry noodle.
No,
Do you expect CR come to your house?
Yeah, we're close to Canada, but not that close. Yeah, it'd be a long walk, you know. Hey, Diggs. Oh boy.
Yeah, but CR may be an American citizen soon, whether he likes it or not.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And then we can just walk right up there.
Hmm.
CR's going, no.
Yeah. We may pick up what three more states.
3, 4, 5, 6, depends on
And of
what
course,
mood we're
if
all in.
we pick up a couple states from Canada, you know, Puerto Rico's going to say, "Hey, wait a minute, we're in head of the line. They got to get behind us."
Guam and the Virgin. Oh yeah, a lot of places are going to be a little ticked off.
Yeah, they would be
if they become a state and everybody else stays as a territory or whatever.
Yeah.
You can leave that part of Canada that speaks French. Leave it as part of Canada. You know.
Well, they're the ones taking all the money from Ottawa and everywhere else. So you know.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Now we've got things pretty well sorted out in my house. Like if there's a civil unrest or flood or fire, that we can walk a short distance and conceal ourselves. You guys have seen my kits already that I've made up, and yeah, actually it took years and years and years, but we're doing pretty well with our prepping. I mean, it's not. We're at the point where we're kind of on coast almost, you know, kind of on a, not bragging, but everyone who does this stuff can get to that point, but it just takes time.
Yeah, that's about where I'm at right now in terms of I'm not stockpiling anything. I'm actually running out of places to store my food that I'm making and canning and preserving. So I kind of slowed down on that, except for the freeze dryer, but I'll always make room for that stuff.
Right on. Did you get the email I sent you, Mark?
I didn't look yet. I saw a couple come in. I haven't had time to look at them yet. I will.
Okay. I was watching my security cameras last night, and my alarm system kept clicking. You know.
Raccoons.
Yeah. I put a whole lineup of solar lights across the top of my back fence. I was watching that raccoon back there. He would creep along, and one of the lights would come on, and he'd freeze. And he'd sit there, and the light would go off. And he'd take another step or two, and then that light would go on, and then the next light would go on. Freeze!
That's funny.
I was just laughing at him, man.
That it's a smart raccoon.
He is. He just sit still, wait till the lights go off, then make another move. Oh. Yeah, it was like that, CR. It was like a stop motion, little claymation, Ooh.
Yeah. If I don't move, I'm invisible. Yeah, that's it.
Oh. Yeah, that was a good topic today, guys. I mean, really, a lot to think about, a lot to plan for. I'd recommend anyone plan for more than one direction. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Stay home, leave temporarily, leave forever, all that. There's different things you can consider. But everything is situational.
Yep.
Yeah,
Well,
I would leave my home if my home is compromised for some reason. If the risk is that my home is begin to collapse or something, or a fire is threatening that you can't stay, well, you have no other choice than bug out.
and always have a brew kit, because in a really bad situation, when you can sit down and have a cup of tea or a cup of coffee or whatever you fancy, hot chocolate, and just take a little moment out. Not only will it warm you up, it will refresh you. Always have a brew kit in your kit.
You mentioned that my dad served with the British forces in Egypt and in Burma and in China. And he said, those British and their effing tea. Religiously. Oh,
it's like
tea
you guys.
time.
It's like you guys and your coffee.
Yeah, like that. But,
and your beans.
As soon as one of the Brits would say tea time, they all sit down and have a brew.
Yeah, see, Brits will have tea in the middle of the day. We drink coffee in the morning to get our asses in gear.
That's what we do as well. We drink tea in the morning.
Tea and cakes. Good stuff. Good stuff.
I think you still think we wear bowler hats as well, yeah?
No, I know. I've been to England several times.
In London, I thought you wore turbans.
Actually, that's not not turban. No, that's mind you, in Southall in London, they could be wearing turban. Yeah, it depends on where you are.
Yeah, I know. I'm just.
Kaylin's drinking tea right now. Right on. Right on.
Yeah.
When I went to Argentina, funny you should say about habits. They drink this stuff called mate, and it's basically they pour herbs into a cup container, and often they'll have a straw, might be a metal straw, or whatever. So they pour this mate herbs in a cup, and then they pour hot water into the cup, and you can have it sweet with sugar, without sugar. And I was like looking around in the morning. I mean, we say we'll have a cup of tea in the morning or coffee. And in Argentina, they'll be having mate. So everywhere I was looking, it was like the film They Live, Everywhere I was looking, everyone had a flask of hot water and a cup with a straw coming out of it. And I was like, oh, there's one there. Oh, there's one there. They were everywhere. Everyone would have one in the morning like this. It was like, they live. They got...
That's like, I guess that's like herb tea, basically.
Yeah, it's like herb tea. And some of them have it with sugar. You can just simply pour the sugar into the container. I've got one from Bariloche. Funny enough, this place called Bariloche is where apparently there's loads of lakes there, and apparently that's where the Nazis went. So I bought one of these cups with Bariloche on it. But it's interesting to see what people do, what habits people got in the morning. Like, so what do they do where you are, Bob? Is that
coffee?
Coffee, yeah. Seattle area is where all the big coffee corporations got started. Starbucks, Seattle's Best, etc., etc. So,
right. So what about Philippines?
Oh, they have. Oh man, they have good coffee there. It's delicious.
Daily coffee, right? Okay.
It's delicious. It's their own beans, and it's all grown right there.
Wow, it's delicious.
It's much different flavor than what we get from South America. It's really delicious.
Anybody out there? Anybody on the panel or in the chat know any funny or different habits of countries somewhere else where we drink tea, Americans drink coffee, other places have mate. Anybody else? What do you do in Sweden? Do you drink like whale?
We drink both coffee and tea.
Mm-hmm.
Coffee and tea, right?
Yeah.
I don't know. As a joke, there in Scotland, they drink like whiskey. No, that's
yeah.
I was in Scotland once doing a driving job, and in the morning I thought, right, I need to find a cafe because I need some breakfast. So I was driving around, and I met this Scottish guy, Swiss. I met this Scottish gentleman, and I said, "Hello, sir. can you recommend a nice cafe for me? I'm starving. He said, it's a bit early in the morning. He said, I don't know any cafes, but I know when there's a pub that opens at 9 a.m. and you can get a pint and a roll. And I cracked up, man. You can get a pint and a roll. And I was like, wow, man, a Scottish breakfast is a pint and a roll, literally.
Oh, that is a good question, dear love. Okay, I'm an American. When I'm overseas, I drink coffee. You know, I take mine black, but the Filipinos is different for them.
Right.
There's like a regular sandwich bread like we have here. That's called American bread. They sell loaves of sandwich bread that's much smaller. It's much smaller, and they enjoy a 3-in-1 coffee with a slice of that size of bread for breakfast.
Wow.
They'll have coffee and a slice of bread. And I remember on webcam with my wife for about 4 years, and that's all she would have for breakfast. It's like,
wow.
Does that sustain you for very long? Well, long enough until about lunch, sort of.
Their bread is also different over there. It doesn't have 800 ingredients in it.
True. Yeah, it's all locally made.
Probably got more protein in that bread than ours has none.
Yeah,
That's like
theirs is
talk about
made.
coffee and bread. Well, in New Jersey, coffee and a buttered roll. That's a Jersey breakfast.
Coffee and a buttered roll.
Yep. They sell the buttered rolls all wrapped up with butter, big Kaiser rolls, and you grab your coffee, grab a roll out of the bin, and that's your breakfast. I ate that for decades.
Yeah. In Greece, my auntie used to prepare me a glass of milk, and the funny enough, like a slice of bread as well. I'm looking back, I remember she used to put a little plate there with a little slice of bread, and with a little bit of butter on there or whatever they use in Greece. It was delicious in the morning. Yeah, that's interesting habits. What people have got, you might find places that in the morning they might have something, some shed saliva spit. Hey, good morning, Bob. Hey, Jill, have some of this. We're all part of this drink, Jill. Have some.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I don't think that'll do that.
One of the things here that really ticks me off is I've never, sorry, I don't mean to offend anybody, but I do not like coffee. Never could stand the taste of it.
Mm-hmm.
We always had hot chocolate, and
yeah, lovely.
During the quote cold season, Sam's Club and Costco carry the big one,
Swiss Miss. Yep, that's standby.
However, around here, a lot of people drink it year-round instead of coffee.
Sure.
But
just a second, be right back.
Sam's Club and Costco won't carry it year-round like they carry all their coffees, even though it's almost more people drinking hot chocolate. So, like, be able to have this for my grandsons and me, I have to stock up with cases of it now so that I have enough that'll last through till next this 1st of December when they put it back on the shelf again.
Love it. Hot chocolate's lovely.
So that's one of the things is it's like, oh, if you're gonna have any hot drink in the summertime, it has to be coffee. No, it can be hot chocolate. It can be. I know my wife likes to have if she's had a hard day, she'll have some. I just lost the tea. The one that makes you sleepy.
Sleepy time.
Chamomile tea.
Chamomile. Chamomile. Greek. Yeah. I'll tell you what, if you can find it, guys, get some. It's lovely. The Spartans used to drink it. The Greeks drink it. It's called mountain tea. And it's similar to what Jill just said there, Gil. And like chamomile drink tea is lovely.
Yeah. And so she needs she's going to go to sleep and she's still wound up. She'll have a cup of that before she goes to bed.
So I'll meet you halfway, Gil. When I go to like the whatever convenience store, 7-Eleven type, whatever, in the wintertime, if it's like middle of the day or later after breakfast, I'll get a I'll get like a 20-ounce cup. I fill it about halfway with coffee and halfway with cocoa. And then I don't need any sugar in it, or I can put a little cream in it to cool it down.
Yeah.
So I make that so it's like caffeinated hot cocoa. Tastes like hot cocoa, but gives me that little boost so I don't fall asleep while I'm driving.
Yep.
This is what my wife goes to the Filipino store frequently, and this is one of her favorite. Kape ko. And the word ko is a separate word, but it means of mine. This means my coffee, you know. And this is another type that she enjoys is the dark roast Nescafe. It's all 3-in-1. You know, the Filipinos like the sugary stuff because they grow sugar there and it's local. So, yeah, I should throw a couple of these in my my kit with my dried
Yeah,
fruit.
I use them ones as well. Nescafe ones. I've got them 3-in-1. Yeah, very good. And you see, so saying having a brew kit in your bug out bag is not a bad idea.
Not a bad idea.
It's universally known that everywhere in the world, people will have some form of drink in the morning or in the evening. So not only that, it gives you a boost in many ways. You know, you can sit down, take in what's going on. Like we're saying, if you have to bug out, you've reached your location, you know, what are you going to do? You're going to sit down, you know, and just take it all in, have a drink, have a brew.
Clear your head, take a break, lift your spirits.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is what I have in my bug out bag here. It's sort of like the jet boil, but it's cheaper, has a pezzo lighter on it. It's I keep my hot water for whatever I want, food, hot chocolate,
I got the antique version of that from the 80s called Gaz, G-A-Z.
Oh, I got that.
It's those. Blue. It comes with the container, but you ain't taking, once that container's on, you're not taking it back off again. That's the problem.
No, you're not. But yeah, I have the gas from when I was in Cub Scouts.
You can still buy it apparently, but it's the 2 aluminum pots and the stove goes in there with the little handle and 1 can of the small can of gas, and it closes up, has a strap around it. I would carry that in my backpack. I would just throw my Sierra cup on there and make my hot cocoa in the morning when we were on winter camping trips.
So definitely an idea now, because to get gas in, like if you use the containers, get it now while we can, because things like gas in the future, I think a lot of prices are going to skyrocket. When later on, a little bit later on, things like rice, everything, pasta, everything's going to skyrocket. And having
it's already doing that.
Yeah, it's already doing it, and we're supposed to be in peacetime, allegedly. But get your gas containers, fill them up, and also get the little adapters. You don't have to actually throw them away. Those gas canisters can be refilled as well.
Yeah, Gil did one last night or night before on propane.
Yeah,
all the different cans and ways to fill it, and different heaters and things, and that was pretty cool. I was on that one with him.
Yeah,
that was last night.
Good show. Candles. If you use those little stoves that use fuel, you know, get a load of that fuel. Stock up on it. You know, candle wax is also good to get if you can.
Another good one, and I did my little short video on this. I forget. I think it was on my Chef Tech channel. The cans with the rip top lids. Leave the rip top lid. Use one of those can openers that cuts the outside of the ring, and pop it off. Eat your food, and then inside, if you're using like a tuna fish size can, something like that, that's where you take regular corrugated cardboard. You roll it up nice and tight, so it sits underneath the edge of that can. Put it in there, pour some rubbing alcohol in there, and then you get your silicone out, and you seal that thing back up again. The alcohol will never evaporate, and when you need it, you just rip the top off of it, because your rip top is still intact. Yeah. I'll do a video on that. I already did the one where I sealed up the can. It was a dog food can, and I put BBs inside it because, you know, YouTube. And and then the next day or whatever, I just filmed pulling it. You know, I shook it. You could hear the BBs in there, and you could see it was all sealed up. Pull the rip top, and there's your whatever you got in there. It's quick access. You don't need a can opener. And if you got those rip top cans, just don't disturb the rip top part. cut the other side off, the other end off if it's got a square lip on it, or cut the top off if you got one of those can openers. Bob's looking for it now.
I'm looking to see if they have Coffee Co. on Amazon. 3-in-1 instant coffee mix, authentic Indonesian volcanic coffee, strong. It's $12 for how many sachets, or is this just one big sachet?
You'd be surprised how many people be like freezing cold, shaking, and they'd love a brew. And if you say to people, "Hey, I've got a nice cup of tea or a nice coffee here, warm yourself up," that'd be such a good thing to have. Like,
yeah, so here's you can still get the gas around. Here's one of the.
Mine's the one third from the right top row. That looks like mine. It's got the whole the next. Yeah, that one.
Yeah, I've got two of those.
Yeah, that's
got mine's got the. It doesn't have the little wires. It has the wraparound cone and the little two little flip outs to put a pan on it. Yeah, that's it. That's what I got.
Yeah,
I just ordered 30 sachets of this for my missus for a Christmas surprise thing.
And where's the other part here? I got to change something up here. Lantern, LANTERN. I have that one, and then I have the lantern for it as well. So I had the lantern and the.
Yeah, and that just like butane, it does a little better in cold weather, but those butane cans in the stoves we were showing last night, yeah, they're great in the summertime, but in the wintertime, they freeze up in like 2 minutes. They're terrible. They're not meant for outside camping. They're meant for like inside.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah, those ones, it's like the butane, they look like a spray can. It's full of butane.
Right.
I got a bunch of those stoves. I love them. We took them camping all the time because it was easier than getting, white gas and all that stuff, or bringing a big can of propane. Okay. I brought 2 of them. We cooked everything on them except that in the fire. And but in the wintertime, when it got below like 40 degrees out, now forget it. So you fire it up, and one burns hot for a minute, and then all of a sudden the flame starts going away, and you look at the can, it's all frosted over and frozen.
Oh, no. Well,
butane doesn't do well in cold weather.
Yeah.
Those are the things that I'm glad you brought that up for anyone listening. I wasn't aware of that. That's good. I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah, and I love. There's a couple Oriental stores nearby that they're big stores. They have everything, but they have a lot of Oriental stuff in there. That's where I bought them. The stoves were like $16. I got 3 of them, and the cans back when I was buying them were like $1 a piece. I was buying cases of them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now they're like $4 a can for the fuel, and the stoves are like $35.
Yeah. Dear love, you brought up a good topic. Sorry for interrupting, but you did. You brought up a good topic. Very good. Very good.
Yeah, you can still get the canisters, but they also now make a conversion kit for the that go up to put these on the threaded ones, and then they also have that these aren't threaded, but they're pre-done. So there's 3 different types of these gas cans.
Yeah, it looks like that bottom right little picture there underneath there. Yeah, that's what I have. You poke a hole in it, you're done.
That's what mine were, and mine had the. I have the one on the left here, where it has the brackets that lock underneath of it, and then you screw the stove into the upper bracket here.
And has burner down and pulling on it. Seals it. Yep.
Yeah, but
that's what I got.
These things here. It's a propane butane mix. So yeah, these things here worked really good. And I guess it's now called camping gas.
Yeah, mine was just called gas.
Yeah, gas. Okay. Mine was called gas. The GAC.
You're not going to refill those with anything, and even if you have the thread on one, that's great for a very short period of time until you have no fuel left. Then you just throw the whole thing in the trash.
Yeah. The lantern one worked for me really good for me in the when I was snow camping, when I was going hunting back in '87.
Yeah, and those little ones, you can bring those in a tent with you. They don't give off a ton of heat.
Yeah,
in the wintertime, and you can
give off just enough heat, and not too much fumes and stuff.
Right.
But yeah, it kept me warm. It kept me warm in the tent, and yeah, I'm still alive.
There you go.
And actually, that was the last time I used the gas one. Was October of '87 when I went hunting with a couple of guys from work, and the next week I proposed to the staff sergeant.
All right, so it's got some history to it.
Yeah, but I still have them. I still have them in my.
I still got mine too. I bought it in. I think my dad bought it for me for camping for Boy Scouts back in, I want to say like 80, 81.
Yep.
So that thing's 40 years old plus.
Mm-hmm.
And the one that still has a can on it, it still has gas in it. It's still sealed, and I could probably turn it on, but I'm sure by now when I take that one off to put another one on, that rubber seal is probably shot.
Yeah, we're gonna have to replace those when we change them out. But yeah, I fired mine up about as a scout. I did take it to scout camp. This is a demo, and it had it's always 2007, so that's 20 years, and it still had all the gas in it. Turned it on, lit it up. The boys like, ooh, wow, yeah, it's 20 years old. Turned it off, packed it up, put it away. But bugging out with something like that, one of those backpacking stoves, or like the Jetboil or the Oakhurst one I have here, those things are great. Ooh, what's he doing? Oh, power scissors! Oh,
yep.
I make those are great for carpet.
Yeah, I make fertilizer out of all these boxes and stuff. In fact, I got two big boxes from Carrie at the coffee shop today. Perfect, no print on them, just brown cardboard, and I don't know if I showed you this or not, Gil. I got a maximum turbo powered freaking
blender.
No, a shredder, a cardboard shredder.
Oh yeah,
one cool. Of the big ones. Yeah, Mrs. raised an eyebrow, but watch this. I mean, takes a whole paper bag right in there. I'm making it into fertilizer for my backyard and for my potted plants and stuff.
Excellent.
Watch when it gets done. I'll show you how tiny these particles are. This is all part of being self-reliant, guys. This kind of stuff here.
That's a cross-cut one too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's little tiny particles.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's what the FBI
Try
keeps
to
in their
put that
offices
together again.
Yep.
That would take basically forever.
Never. Yeah, I tumble that with the free coffee grounds and the boxes that I get from this coffee shop, and then I just like right now what I'm doing is these are dried up buttercups. I use that sickle hoe and I dig these out of the yard and get it down to bare dirt, and this is the fertilizer. When I mix it with the paper, I throw that in after I dig the buttercups out, and then throw some soil on top of it. Next spring, I can take all those bare patches and throw white Dutch clover on top of it. The soil's ready to go. This paper stuff decomposes over the winter, and it's like thinking ahead,
And you're at your soil doesn't freeze hardly. And so the worms are still active most of the year.
Yep, they're down there right now. In fact, I've been doing this for about a week now, different patches of buttercups, and they're in there already eating all that paper, and they're spitting out worm castings already, so man, next spring, just score the surface a little bit, throw in my Dutch clover, and we'll be good to go. Yeah. I like the clover because it's the best thing for the soil, and you can eat it too. It's an emergency food if you have to have it,
And I bet the bees love it too.
Oh, hell yeah. That's, Gil, I was sitting out on the front porch one morning having my coffee and smoking a cigarette, and there was clover growing in the grass in the front yard. Just sitting there, having a brew, you know. and, and I was watching the clover in the grass was bright green. The grass was dying, and the bees are feeding off of it. And I went, "What am I doing? This grass is worthless. It dies in the summer, and what am I doing, man?" Then that's where it took off.
Yeah. I mean, that's my wife was fighting so hard to have the lawn. When we first got married, I leveled off the sort of slope, made it a little flatter, and put sprinklers in for her. First couple of years, she was working at it and stuff. Finally, she said, "Screw this."
Yeah.
She goes, "Would you get mad if I tore out the lawn?" I go, "No.
No.
What do you want to do? You put it in a garden. Go for it."
Go.
And
yeah.
we have not had lawn on our property since. We got garden front yard, garden backyard, and bees everywhere.
Everywhere.
And I don't know if you want to try it or not. Get some borage seeds. BORAGE. It's a little bush thing, and it'll propagate like mad. But the bees just swarm it, and they get very mellow. You can go out there and almost play with the bees after they've had the borage, and it's a medicine.
How tall does it grow? What kind of a plant is it?
The biggest my wife's one has gotten about 30 inches tall, and it's kind of spindly, and then it kind of starts falling over because it gets so many flowers and blossoms on it, and then it drops seeds and stuff. But the bees are just all over that. And if you have tomatoes, plant it near the tomatoes. It chases off the tomato hornworm and the tomato hornworm moth.
Awesome. Borage, huh? Let's
yeah.
See. You guys make I don't know. You guys make me spend money when I come here.
Well, you you can get from MI Gardner. I think you get a pack of it for borage seeds like $2.50.
Oh, they've got it out here on Amazon.
Yeah.
Borage, beautiful little flowers.
Yes, and
plant those along the side of the house, not out in the lawn. But keep it'll creep out into your yard.
Yeah.
Oh well,
it's not a powerful smell. It's a light smell. The roses smell more than it does just walking by.
Okay.
But the bees, I mean, oh yeah. I was out there cutting down the sunflowers this summer for my wife because they'd all done, and the borage is out there, and the bees are just everywhere. And I'm out there just doing it, bumping the things. The bees are just going, "Oh, hi, dude." And they're the most mellow bees we've ever had is after we planted the borage for the first time.
Cool.
And Courtney and Tammy have talked about the tinctures you can make from the borage, the medical tinctures. Absolutely good stuff. And some people actually like making a tea.
Kaylin says,
will it keep away raccoons?
No,
I don't know. I don't think so.
What will keep around? What will keep the raccoons away?
That new automated
12 gauge
paintball shooter that just targets anyone in there. It's got facial recognition, so it won't shoot you or your family. But anybody else in the backyard, you go.
I can see Bob's neighborhood full of raccoons with different color paintball spots all over them.
Good to see that. Local news, a rare disease on the raccoons.
Yeah, we have seen yellow raccoons and the blue ones.
Yeah.
And red ones.
They got green, purple, and pink polka dots on them.
Yeah. And they're acting erratically. It must be a new virus or something.
Yeah.
But yeah, the borage will drop seeds. What my wife started doing this year for me, she took a piece of plastic about 3 foot square, cut it to thing, put it around the plant, so when it dropped the seeds, she caught all the seeds. And I have a big old jar full of seeds from that I'm going to put out in the field out here because the neighbor across the street has bees. He has a bunch of hives.
Man, Thanks for this. I tell you what, yeah, herbal seeds for planting, herbal garden, 100 seeds, borage. Man, I'm gonna take a chance on that. And Kaylin in the side chat says planted in pots. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna go for that. I'm gonna get some beautiful flowers because I love flowers. That's really my passion, you know. I know. Okay. All right. You guys make me spend more damn money.
Seeds are really small, almost like lettuce seeds. They're black seeds, and from one blossom, you'll probably get like 10 or 15 seeds out of it. But yeah, it's really nice.
Now I'll keep the Northwest raccoons, the East Coast raccoons, man. Look out. Paintballs coming your way, man.
Thanks.
Yeah. But yeah.
Oh, that would be good. Yeah. I'll give that. I mean, to me, if it drops seeds outside of the deck and goes in the flower area, I'm good with that too, man. Just, you know, as long as it's not that darned ivy. That's the only thing that I don't like growing around.
But that stuff it'll eventually take over like mint. If you've ever had a problem with mint, that's what I got. Lemon balm. One of my kids planted lemon balm around the side of the house probably 20 years ago. Oh, it's all around my house now. It's everywhere. I mean, it smells great when I weed whack it, but I'll pick it, and it does. It smells like a salad out there. I got regular chives that spread all over the place. I got lemon balm, and there is still some mint kicking around. When I go out and cut the grass, I'm probably pissing off all the vegan neighbors.
That's okay.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
No, I've got mint in my backyard right now. It just grows wild. I just leave it.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
I picked the lemon balm. I'll either dehydrate it or throw it in the freeze dryer and then pack them into big jars because lemon balm tea is like really good for you.
Okay.
Yeah. The borage, it's one of those things where a little bit is better than a lot for your body. You don't want to take too much of it, but a little bit's good. Howie was we were talking about that a couple of years ago, and he's got this stuff, that stuff, and he just has an area where everything's growing wild out there, and he wants something. He goes out there and he can pick it because they keep each other under control.
Yeah, I last spring, the owner of the coffee shop, she said, "Oh, this nursery is selling lemongrass." I went, "Oh,
really?"
So and nice. I got 2 of them and planted them along the back fence, and it really made me so happy because one day the wife was cooking a chicken adobo recipe, and she went out there with a pair of scissors and cut back some lemongrass and twisted it up and threw it in there and boiled it up, and I like. That made the effort all worth it, right there. Yep. Just to,
Yeah, that's So I got the lemon balm now. I'm going to be getting lemongrass. I got peppermint. I got spearmint out here now growing, and the spearmint on the south side of the house has survived the frost so far in the snow. They're still happy out there going. So we're that's what we are. We are going to be increasing the amount of herbs we put in here. And getting back to topic, that's something to do. If you're going to bug out and you have a location to go to, like I mentioned before, like how we would say, grill a garden, put the seeds out all along the way. So you have, anytime you can stop, you can grab a handful of this herb, a handful of that herb. You get out there where you're bugging out to, it's already growing.
I mentioned to him how he has food and stashes. I said, yeah, man, get some white Dutch clover around your stash and throw it. You don't have to do much with the clover. It grows fast, and there's a source of food, and it also is an easy way to be able to find your stash. Say if you're down and out and you tell your wife, go that way, go turn right and look for the clover. As soon as then you're on it. You're in there somewhere.
Yeah. But for bugging out, for most people, not really a good option for them because they haven't done anything. They're better off building up their preps, sheltering in place, and going dark.
Yeah. That's for us right there. Yeah, and
the same for me.
You guys watched my videos where I put vinyl over the windows, and I've got precautions and reinforced everything around the place. So go down, go dark, sit down, shut up, be quiet, don't make any man, just wait it out. And if
let me go get something for you guys to see.
If anyone wants to get froggy, this is not the place to come to. This is not the no, just don't do it, you know.
No, that would be a bad idea, I guess.
I'm welding together right now, Shadow, a launcher. It's kind of like a trebuchet that launches some of that fermented Swedish fish.
That will keep people from your house.
You better be able to launch that about 1,800 miles to get here.
Ever since I found out about that, I got to give Shadow a little jab once in a while. You really eat that stuff?
I don't.
All right.
What's that?
So this is
oh, okay.
Got it off of Amazon. I wiped out one first, and then I got a bunch of others, and it's got the goes on the ring up here with the metal ring stuff.
Yep.
You can make it a solid one by overlapping them, the two together so they stay tight. But this thing here has worked really good here for two reasons. One, it when power went out and I still had power because of my power station, you couldn't see it. I went outside, you couldn't see the light in, but these are also thick, so it also insulates from the cold and from heat. So
how much did you pay for that one?
Give me a second, I'll look it up over here.
We have curtains like that in our bedroom, Gil, because my wife is a daytime sleeper. I had to take the old decorative curtains off and put on some blackouts.
Yeah,
your missus work night shifts most of the time, so I understand.
Yeah, she does.
Right. So SU sun plus. Okay. Dang. All right, let me just search that. Sun plus BLK total TOT total blackout.
Yeah, you're right. Those curtains do work really well. They work very well. We live it every day, you know.
Shoot. Oh, okay. So, it's gonna be easier to do it this way. So anywhere from so the ivory ones are 22, the marine color, kind of the gray, 22.
Yeah.
The khaki is this is a pocket one where it doesn't have the rings, so it just slides through the the rod through it. 27. I don't know about Sun Zero, but 27 for the gray ones here, which are pocketed as well. So you got different ones on there, and
it's really good prices for those.
It is. Yeah.
And these are heavy duty. And I'm not sure about the Sun Zero one, but it's a lot cheaper. But yeah. All right. So if you don't have it, this makes it less of a risk having to bug out because you get to stay in place and nobody knows you're there.
Yeah, that's pretty much our plan. Stay here.
Something I ran across. I have to dig up see if I can find it again. But one of the books I was reading, the author printed off some foreclosure notice, tax lien foreclosure, and then put content and put it on his house, and then put another one that says hazmat contamination, do not enter, blah, 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 from the health department, exact forms, printed them off, stuck it on his house, and nobody came to his house. They'd start to walk up to the doors, see it, turn around, and just walk off.
Good idea. Really good idea.
Yeah, so you just get your county or cities, find out what the seizure notice seizure notice is. You can get it, find them online. You just print off a copy, you fill it out, and you find out the hazmat one from the health department. Fill that one out, and if poop hits the fan, slap those on your doors and put the blackout curtains in, and don't use your front door.
Yep, and sit down and shut up. Don't draw attention to yourself. Yeah.
And while we're on this subject, it's a good idea that, like, if people may have to go to alternative heating system, for example, if the power's out, if you haven't got a wood burning stove, maybe get one now. Maybe put it in place now. So, okay, if I've got to bug in and there's no gas, there's no electric, have I got loads of candles? Have I got extra blankets? If the curtains is a good idea, but also having maybe extra blankets, a fire, some way of where I live in the city. What I'm grateful, although Chef keeps going on about it, that I'm downtown London, it's made me look into the wilderness survival more, because in a sense, if I didn't know what a city was like, I wouldn't know what a city was like. But growing up here, I know damn well what they're like. And, I've been wanting to get away from this place my whole life. And being British Greek Cypriot, it's not easy, because when I was young, I thought, let me go home to Greece, my Greek land. Yeah, Greek music, smash some plates and what have you, do Zorba's dance with Anthony Quinn. When I got there, they started calling me an Englishman. I mean, in England, I'm called a Greek Dago, whatever. I was even called a Pakistani once. And so, okay, let me go to my father's country. They'll accept me. Cyprus, So I go there, and they're calling me Charlie. I'm like, what's Charlie about? Oh, you're getting called Charlie because you wasn't born here. You're a Charlie. Okay, so what's the joke then? Like, please tell me what the joke is. Prince Charlie's English. And I thought, okay, what a crap joke. Anyway, so, I'm very well aware that my situation, although I'm sitting in London, I'm a bit of a country person like you, believe it or not. But it so happens that maybe I imprison myself by keep coming back here. Maybe I've got to make my mind up. Just take the being called an Englishman in Greece, or maybe take being called Charlie in Cyprus, or just carry on being called a spick Greek Dago here and just go in the countryside.
I know the feeling. Because I speak some of the language. I understand a couple of languages, and going to the Philippines, and I will never be a Filipino. Even if I get Philippine citizen, I will always be known as a Kano.
Foreigner.
Yeah.
No
matter what, I will. I know. I understand how you feel. I do. It's kind of a lonely feeling, because you'll never really belong, But
it's really. But in one way, it's great because you're not on any particular side. I mean, I'm for everybody. I'm for America. I'm for the Middle East. I'm for everybody. But sadly, there's a lot of people out there that are just for money, and for them, it's all about the money. And why are we in this situation in the first place? It's resources. I mean, what are we sitting here talking about? Resources. We're planning that if anything happens, we've got some kind of resource, be it shelter, be it a location, whatever, cup of tea. I mean, if anything else, if everything fails, at least we've got a cup of tea or something, coffee to drink. I mean, oh well, internet's down, can't go to the ATM, can't get my eggs at the grocery store. Everybody's going mad out there. I've got a blackout. I've got to have some arms in my house ready. in case someone wants my tea. You know, I got given a box of toilet paper the other day. His PV was laughing. I sent them a picture saying, look, I got given this. Someone was moving. They said, do you want a load of toilet paper? I said, well, you're chucking it away. They said, can't, well, I got loads and I can't fit it in the van. I was like, okay, I'll take it. But
yeah, sounds like me cleaning up my mother-in-law's house.
I remember you were saying you've got about 20 million toilet rolls.
I was giving cases to everybody, all my friends, my whole family, all my daughters. I was like, here, you want toilet paper? Like, Dad, I live in an apartment. I don't have room for that much.
Yeah, Uncle, you gave me 20 rolls last Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was literally gonna wrap individual rolls in wrapping paper and give them away for Christmas to my kids, just to piss them off.
Yeah, hey, I'd be grateful for that, man. It's like you just saved me a few bucks. Thanks.
I was well happy. Give me half a box of this bamboo, and it's not just rubbish toilet paper. This bamboo paper, not bleach. I was like, oh gosh, have I been by you using bleach all my life?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know they put bleach in toilet paper.
I'm working on breaking the habit of pooping. I'm just going to stop pooping. So,
what about those Indians that don't eat? They don't eat, and they might eat excrement. All right, let's get off that subject.
Yeah, that's pretty dark. Yeah.
But yeah, we're talking about resources, at the end of the day, and
yeah, resources for me, not what other people do. So yeah.
Well, even the skills, the knowledge to get the food is good. Okay, you've got the curtains, the blackout. Okay, I need a drill. Oh, I haven't got electric. We spoke about this another time. We've got a hand drill. Going back to the older, tools as well. Ways of farming. Even how did they do it back in the old days? A plow. Have you got an old plow in your shed?
We shouldn't talk about food too much. I think CR is still in the side chat.
I was eating in front of CR.
Oh.
Funny enough, I saw a fireplace in China that was the most amazing fireplace. They dig a hole under the ground in one of their rooms, and with bricks, they put some bricks on the top section, make a kind of a mini chimney, but it's underground. They put this metal plate on the top, and they use it for heating the house. They use it for cooking. It's amazing. I can't remember what it was called, but I think it's China.
Yeah, it's like a rocket stove mass heater type thing.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, the exhaust, the smoke goes under the floor and all the way around, heats the floor up and goes out the top.
Yeah.
So, if you're going to have to bug in, bear in mind, okay, I'm bugging in, but I've got no electric, I've got no gas. How am I going to heat the house? Man, it's winter. Well, have I got the wood? Have I got the fuel? Start collecting fuel. Start collecting wood. Get yourself
way ahead of you.
That's what Bob does.
Like I talked on the live stream last night, I showed the pictures of the.
I've got a cupboard with wood in it.
The little buddy propane heater.
Yeah.
And I got it on a 30-pound propane bottle, and I use it in the master bath, which is the coldest room in this house. In the wintertime, I'll turn off for half an hour to heat it up, take my shower, turn it off. I've gone through 1.5 winters so far using that on the 1 30-pound propane bottle.
Right on.
One of those it works pretty good for heating up an area. It has the oxygen sensor on it. So that's one of the ones that's an inexpensive way of heating up the house. Don't heat the house up to 75 degrees. You keep it, like you heat it up to 60. You wear extra sweaters, layers.
Just keep the chill off.
Yeah.
Another thing you've got to take into consideration is the toilet, because you're not going to have the flushing. I don't think you're going to have the flushing if the electric goes off, or you're not going to have water coming to the house. So you're going to have to find a way to get rid of your waste, your poop.
Yeah. Hey, Shadow, are we done with topics?
We covered everything, Shadow?
Yeah, we have.
So Sorry to derail. Go ahead.
All right. No, it's okay.
As long as nobody else has some point to add to this.
Just
We're just freeforming now.
yeah, let me share this real quick here. So everybody's wondering what I'm talking about. So what the little buddy is.
Little heater.
There it is. That's the little buddy. But I use a propane tree off the big tanks and just screw that on the top of it, like instead of a lantern, and that works really good. I think it's a 900 BTU heater.
I think Dior's have a couple of these.
Yes, Dior's has a couple of them. Yes, he had that video on it. And like I said, I got one here, and I got one in California for the wife, and it's very economical, and it takes the chill off, warms it up just enough, and if you're in a bathroom, it warms enough so you're not freezing when you're getting out of the shower, and it works great. So that's one way to heat your house up without using drawing a lot of attention to it. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and Bob is muted.
Recently, sorry about that, but we had a power failure because of some high winds about a month ago, and for real, man, my town had power. The surrounding area didn't. And it was shocking to me about how many people came to my town just to get gasoline and groceries and all that. We're talking thousands of people who are prepared for nothing, absolutely nothing. They were buying candles and propane bottles, and and it's a for real topic, because there's if there was a prolonged power failure, guys, that's dangerous times.
Oh yeah,
because there's those people, if they hear your generator running, they're going to come right to your front door. Hey, can I recharge my phone or whatever? So this is what I worked my booty off and bought some tools to be able to, and my paint can stove. See just a second here, those red containers right there.
Yeah.
I've got a half a dozen of those full of little pieces of wood for my paint can stove, but for real, guys, if something really goes wrong, and if you're a prepper, you expect visitors. Expect it,
And that's another reason to have the blackout curtains.
Yeah. And be quiet and sit down and be quiet. Don't go out of your house unless you have to. That's what my goal is. Stay in the house. Don't go out.
Whatever area you're in, if you're going to plug in network in your area, if you're going to plug out and you're thinking of bugging out, network in an area where you want to find things.
Hey, Daryl, something's up with your microphone. I can barely hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Hey, holy crap! Yeah, I don't know what you did there, but yeah.
Yeah, I put the phone down on the table, and I thought I could still be heard, but okay.
There's also a sort of a buzzing sound, like mechanical buzzing sound.
Yeah, it's probably the vibration of being on a table.
Yeah.
Okay, is it gone now? The buzzing sound.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. One of the things that I got for my grandsons, specifically during bad storms and stuff. Let me share this here. I got this so they could still watch the the TV and stuff. This is a wireless headphone over the ears headphones, and it's USB-C charger on it, and it'll last for 80 hours. But if they're want to watch a movie and the power's out elsewhere, and because the TV is set up on and the Blu-ray player are on my power station, they can put it on and they're not making any noise. That way I can hear what's going on. Or if it's just during a storm and the power hasn't gone out yet, they're listening to the movie and not the storm raging outside, not the wind rattling the windows and stuff. So it keeps the kids, the grandsons, a lot calmer.
That's a good idea. Very good idea.
I first got it for Eli because his brothers get really loud and noisy when they're over here. That way he can put it on when he's watching. You're going to love this. His favorite show right now on Tubi is Betty Boop, the cartoon from back in the day in black and white. He absolutely loves that thing. This way you can put it on. They can be screaming and yelling, and he's not going to hear them. But yeah, because this has a come on, show it. Where's the show thing on? It's not showing it. It's got a USB plug-in receiver that plugs into the smart TV, and that way it's a Bluetooth, and it's hooked up to it. So, and it also can be Bluetooth to a phone or anything else too. But yeah, we got it for him first, and then everyone else was like, all the other kids, well, can I have one too? Yeah.
There's a British rapper called Betty Boo as well.
Yeah.
A secondary use for those headphones, Gil, what I use as a coffee shop is an excellent place to know your neighbors. So I'll sit in there with a cup of coffee, and I've got headphones like that with noise cancellation and all that. And I pretend like I'm drinking my coffee, listening to music, but I'm actually listening to the people that are around me.
Yeah, good idea to watch them.
It's kind of a stealthy intel thing. There are a lot of people that are really deceiving. They're the Gen Xers that are in their 30s, and they're actually radicals.
Yeah.
But you wouldn't know it unless you can listen to their conversation, you know. So think about that too, guys. Yeah, I'm going covert. I do that. I do. But the owners of the shop are pretty conservative people, and a lot of their customers come in with multi-nose rings and green hair and, you know, all that stuff, you know. So
you mean millennials?
Yeah, like that. Or
they sure as hell ain't boomers.
No, they ain't boomers. They're not one of me, you know.
Yeah.
I love this part. Watching it. There goes the cardboard. There's fertilizer right there. Cost me nothing. Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, but I back in 2020 with the George Floyd stuff going on around here, if you're mom or dad of the house, it's so important for you to stay calm.
Yeah,
because your kids are looking at you for your mood, your guidance. You know, I've said this 100 times. My daughter kept coming downstairs every 20 minutes to get a drink of water, but I could see it in her eyes that she was like day 2 or 3 with no power. Her eyes were this big, you know, drinking her water. And I just sat there calmly tying up fire starters, and you're okay, honey. You're all right. Everything's good. Mom and Vince are good. You know, everything's fine.
Yeah. That's something that's going to be absolutely insane. Is for the younger generations, even though, you know, my grandsons, you know, when their dad comes home, can I use your phone to play games on? He plugs the phone in the charger and they start playing games on it.
Yeah.
It's like, when, you know, if they had to bug out somewhere other than coming across the street to my house.
Mm-hmm.
There's, you know, most of the generations are going to be have total what's withdrawal, but electronic withdrawal.
Yeah.
Cognitive dissonance.
It's going to be, they're going to be disconnecting. They're going to be freaking out. We made, for our scout troop, we made sure that the parents, when the kids came home from school, were not, for the 2 weeks beforehand, were not allowed to get on their electronics. Because when they're at scout camp, it's like, don't even bring your electronics. They show up and have it. Scoutmaster takes it, or assistant scoutmaster takes it and puts it in a lockbox until time for them to go home. Because the time you're at scout camp, you're not wired up.
Oh, I watch people freak out all the time when they lose their phone. Where's my phone? I just had it. I got to check my Facebook status.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, shut up.
Boomers like me, it's like,
my battery's going low. I got to scroll faster.
Yeah, whatever.
Boomers like me grew up with a dial-up landline. That's it.
Yeah.
Man. And, that's
Hey, it was high tech. It was high tech when I went out with my own money, bought a 20-foot coil cord and the anti-twist rotator thing for it, because I used to drag that sucker into my bedroom and shut the door and lay in bed and talk to my girlfriend.
When I was little in 1960, we had the phone we had was not number wasn't ours. Well, it was a party line out where we were. We had individual ones, and so you would have to pick up, nobody on it, dial tone, okay, and then you would dial, and the phone number was not 925-228.
That was
0915.
Pennsylvania 6300. Yeah,
it was Academy 8 0915. You had to know what the first the alphabet was for the first two numbers. But now kids nowadays, I mean, there's you take their stuff away from town. All right, we got to bug out the riot zombies are coming. We need to get the heck out of here. The fire's right behind them. They're burning houses. We need to get out of here. And
where's my phone? Where's my charger? Where's my iPad? I need this. All my electronics, dude.
Forget it.
Down. You got nothing.
They ain't working.
Yeah, I during the George Floyd riots, my daughter was on her cell phone with her friends, which is a system of comfort for her. And I would ask her every once in a while, how's Molly doing? How's things at the other girls' homes? Because they lived around the region. It was kind of like a source of intel to a certain extent. I could get understand, if one of them starts popping off, hey man, they're trying to break into our complex. But what I did was when she needed to recharge her phone, I would pull up a lawn chair in front of the car and I'd start the car and let her charge her phone in the car. I never left her unattended even for 1 minute. I'm just one of those old time boomer generation, family first. You do whatever you want to me, but don't hurt my daughter.
I used to do that back in the day when my kids were born. When I had the twins, they would like clockwork fall asleep in the car on the way home from daycare. And it was not dinner time. It was like 3 p.m. And it was a nice day. It wasn't too hot. It wasn't too cold. And if it was a little cool, I'd pull in the driveway, open all the windows up, throw a blanket over them, and I go grab a chair and sit on the front porch and just sit there until one, because as soon as one woke up, the other one woke up.
Yeah.
And they would sleep for 2-3 hours in the car seats, in the driveway, windows open, in the shade. It was great. But I never once forgot my kids in the car and went shopping in the summertime.
No. Like you hear so often here and there on different YouTube videos, how the police will arrest a parent because they went into the bar and were drinking with their kids sleeping in the car. It's like, that is not part of my life.
Come on, now we have new vehicles that when you shut the key off, it chimes at you and says, check the back seat. Really? If you don't even know your kids are in the back seat, are you kidding me?
There are people like that.
Shouldn't even have kids.
Yeah, there are people like that. It's just sad, but it's true.
Yeah.
I agree, Bob. It's sad.
Yeah, I can put in the side chat over here. This my cell phone, no internet, no Bluetooth, no GPS.
Yeah.
What it does have on it, before I left DHS, I got the cell tower blocker code, so that they can't tell what cell tower I'm using.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah. So that's you know, it's just one of those things. It's like, you know, yeah. So my grandkids come over. Can I play a game on your phone? I said,
Nope.
My phone doesn't access the internet. What do you mean? Hey, go ahead. Try to find a game. There's no games on here. No kidding. There's no games on there.
Hey, Gil, say, here's my old Nokia. Play Snake. You remember that? You don't remember that game? You do.
Yes,
I
Yeah, I remember that
I
game.
still have my old Nokia. I just got to charge it up.
There you go. Let them charge it up. And let them just play Snake all day. They'll love it.
But what?
The Nokia 3300?
Something like that. I don't remember.
I saw the funniest video about the old Nokia 3300. This guy was doing stuff, putting stuff in a hydraulic press and crushing different things. He showed the new sledgehammers versus the ones from back in the 50s, and it would stop on the ones in the 50s and just start crushing the new ones because it's cheaper metal and stuff.
Yeah.
The joke he made a fake downward cylinder on it out of clay. Put the Nokia in there, brought it down. All of a sudden, the steel thing starts deforming around the Nokia. Doing anything. You just can't hurt a Nokia.
When my daughter was in the car charging her phone, I put a chair in front of the car so she could see me. You know what I mean? Because she's outside and she could see me as a source of comfort. Because she was relying on, you know, she was a teenager, but she never admit that she was afraid or anything, you know. But I made sure that she had eyes on me all the time. You're okay, honey. You're fine. Everything's going to work out, you know. Yeah. But yeah, really, guys, take it seriously about putting away some resources, because I saw it myself, like last month when the power was out for a little while and there were thousands of people who had nothing to fall back on.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
You just remind me of something there, Bob. Let me check it here.
See, I got my all my Craftsman 20-volt power tools I've been buying, and I use them over the last 4 or 5 years. I mean, I got a lot of the 4-amp batteries, and I have now 2. They're little baby inverters. It clicks on it. It clicks right on the battery, and it'll handle, it has a 120-volt outlet. I think it handles up to like 60 watts, but it's got the USB-C, the new USB plug. I'll plug that into my phone and just let it charge, or my iPad while I'm using it, and it just keeps it nice and steady. And then when I get home, I just throw all my batteries back on the charger again, or if I run the generator at the cabin, I plug it into there. If I'm running it, I might as well use it.
Yep.
Won't power a coffee maker, though.
Well, that's a bummer.
That's all right. I have gas.
All right, here you go. Let's see, 100 pack of tea candles, $20. Yep. One a little bit cheaper. So basically 20 cents each. 19 cents each, 30 cents each. That's some more. 17 cents each. Here you go. A box of them. 17 cents each. Yes,
check Marketplace. People are dumping those things because they're moving.
All right. Down to 15 cents each on the tea candles.
A tip for you guys out there is real serious, because I wound up throwing hundreds of them away. Get the ones that are made in India, and they have 4 bumps on the bottom. The ones with circles, they're garbage. The wick is so thin, the fire goes out all the time. So I made a video showing me just taking a bin and boom, they all went in the trash, you know. Buy the better ones that are made in India. They're better than the ones that are made in Europe.
It says that one looks the tin on this one looks a little bit better. It's not a sharp edge one.
Mm-hmm.
Are they going to show the bottom on them? No.
Bummer.
Yeah. But here's the thing: you want to find out where it's made. So we scroll down here. 8-hour ones. Specifications. Is it going to give it to me over here? Sometimes they'll give you the not giving me it here. So
yeah, sometimes they don't say where these products are made.
Sometimes you can scroll down to the question and answer.
Yeah.
Okay. Where are they made? And made in Europe using the latest manufacturing method. So these are European, not Chinese.
Don't buy those made in Europe. I bought some that were made in France and some that were made in Poland. Yeah. They're junk.
Yeah.
So, but here's the fun thing about that: you threw it out. I have so many candles for my mother-in-law, and I do use them out at the cabin. The ones in the little cans. I don't care how long they burn or not. I just use them inside. But all the other ones that they were like the taller ones, like they were like the votive candles, the ones you can get like vanilla oat or stuff like that.
Yeah, like
I
those.
threw them in a pot and melted them all down. Made my own damn candles.
There you go. I've got some containers upstairs right now made of used candle butts. They work great.
And I did the same thing I did on that other video where I cut the lid off with I used a number 10 can, cut the lid off that way, so I could seal it back on. Put in there's 4 or 5 wicks in a number 10 can. Melted wax, kept filling up the void in the center, and when it was done, it was about 1.5 inches from the top of this number 10 can. I took a couple of packs of matches, put them in a Ziploc bag, put them inside, sealed the can shut, leave it out at the cabin.
There you go.
So when I need it, I just got to open the can up, and I got a ginormous candle ready to go. And I don't have to burn all 5 wicks. I can just burn 1.
Yeah. And the thing is, what you can also do, garage sales, specifically moving sales or estate sales, when they're clearing it out and they got boxes of candles. They're just getting the boxes of candles set off the side and just usually say free on it. And I just pick those up in there. And thing is, if it's an older person that's passed away, the candles are the older candles with the thick wicks.
Yep.
So yeah, you can just use those.
Yeah, I sorry, Gil, but I've tried improvising wicks and all that stuff, and just go on Amazon and get the professional wicks with the little thing in the bottom. I've got a whole kit set up just for making candles right over there on my shelves.
I just went to the craft supply store and bought a 100-yard roll of candle wick.
Did you? Okay.
Yeah, it was like $4.
Yeah.
And it's got the metal wire in the center of it, so they don't fall over.
Okay.
Yeah. One of the things you can do too is if you get the number 10 can you have, Mark.
No.
Get the 2-inch angle brackets with 4 screw holes in it.
Oh yeah.
Take the die grinder, cut it up to the through both holes. And then you take a pair of pliers, you just bend it over so it makes like a house shape thing on it.
Right.
And you open that up, you just slip that over the edge of the number 10 can, light your candles up, and guess what you got?
Yeah, it's a little mini stove.
Mini stove, yeah.
My only problem with that is I've tried cooking on a candle. It just soots everything. Because it's not a good burn.
Yeah, it does.
You just get black soot, and then soot carbon becomes an insulator, so it takes longer to heat stuff. But it's just messy and stinky when you do that.
Yeah,
I'll show you something.
Once you do, you got to make sure you have a water source or something to clean the soot off after each time you cook it.
I welded this little tool a few years ago for keeping my coffee warm out here in the wintertime. It's dusty, but it still works. I got some machine parts and made a little pedestal. Yeah, you can see all the soot falling down, but yeah, put a tea light in there and it keeps my coffee warm out here in the shop during the wintertime.
Cool.
Yeah, just scrap metal, but yeah. Well, that is a dirty sucker. I got to get some compressed air and blow all those cobwebs off of it.
Been a while since you used it, huh?
Yeah, since last winter. Yeah, it's been sitting here. The spiders have been nesting on it or whatever. Little criminals. Okay.
Well, it is not a raccoon.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
Raccoon. Man, that.
I can't fit into that. Although a raccoon, no, I'm not going to go there again.
Oh yeah, that still was funny to me the other night watching that raccoon. Click, light would come on and he'd freeze. Light would go off, he'd step in there. Click, light would come on and he'd freeze.
You got next time you see that happening, get out there with your camera and start videoing him.
He has it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, do it as a short. Yeah,
I thought Bob. I thought you did video. Didn't you video with them the other night, like about a week ago?
Yeah, I think so. I made a real short video for it. Yeah, they're out there. The reason why they keep coming to my backyard is because I've got 5-gallon buckets that catch rainwater, and it was kind of cute because they'd come from going a field astray and they'd carry back food with them. And they'll put it in the rain bucket, and they'll roll it around in the grass and put it in the rain bucket and roll it, whatever it is. They steal stuff from the squirrels, And, yeah, I was just sitting there watching them, man. It was like 3 or 4 of them waiting in line, putting water in there, and it was cute,
Yeah. But saying if you do it right and you catch it just perfect and edit it so it's only about 30 seconds or so, stop, go, stop, go, stop, go, that will go friggin' viral.
Probably would,
Then put go down to the dollar store or whatever, pick up one of those little balls of cotton candy, leave it out there next to the water, and just put a camera on there running the whole time. Just watch them pick it up and go to wash it off, and then look in the water. Go where to go? Where to go?
Let's see what I can see.
Oh man,
I like them. I think they're cool, man. Okay, yeah, here we go. I'm gonna find that video you're talking about, raccoon and cotton candy. Let's see.
What are you trying to share your video?
Oh, yeah, I'm watching.
You're watching it. Thanks.
Yeah. I'll see if I can. Is it okay if I present this, Shadow? I know it's not about prepping, but we'll see.
Well, actually, you can make it into a prepping story.
No.
Don't be like the raccoons. Don't have your preps evaporate on you.
Good point.
You're sneaking into somebody else's compound. They turn the lights on. Freeze. They won't see you.
Here we go. Here he is. Cotton candy.
Oh, you found that one? Yeah.
What the heck? Where did it go?
Yeah.
What's going on?
What?
Yeah, cotton candy raccoon. What? Where'd it go? Now, let me grab a little bit more. Let me bring it down here. And
I got one mouthful. That was it. What the heck?
Sweet.
Where'd it go? Where'd it go?
Yeah. What a there you go. There's a smart one. Eat it right now.
Third
Don't
time
wash
to go.
it. Yeah.
Maybe I shouldn't get it wet.
Yeah.
Oh. I just spotted the one that Grumpy Adventures put in there. In the UK, Boxing Day, you can get really cheap candles.
Mm-hmm. Secondhand stores. Secondhand stores. And like I can find some of the candles that are big ones that the wick is broken off, and those are almost free. And yeah, you can take those home, melt them, and you make new ones. Yeah.
Churches, Catholic churches, some of the other ones where they have the candles, the big candles, tall ones, burn them. Once they get down about 3/4, they get rid of them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You talk about something about that big around and about 2.5 feet long. That's a lot of friggin' wax.
Yep.
Oh, we got an echo going on here.
Are you still sharing? Are you still accidentally sharing?
I don't. No.
Who's echoing the most? Everybody?
Here, I'll bounce out. I'll come back.
Yeah, that's Bob echoing.
Yeah, we're getting close to the end time, anyways.
Yeah, we do.
Oh, do it at night. I hadn't thought about that, but you better practice bugging out at night first to know where you're supposed to be walking. If you're walking, practice at night, because if you're driving, driving's a little bit easier at night. But trying to walk at night with a backpack on and if you're dragging your family along, it's gonna be a little bit harder at night.
Oh yeah, and that takes a lot of practice.
I'm gonna go warm up one of these Capicos. I got some on order for my missus. She'll be pleased, you know.
Yeah.
I'll be right back, guys.
All right.
No problem.
So I'm throwing it up here again into the chat. So in 2 hours, I'll be going live. For the topic tonight is after World War III starts, what are your plans? And so another one of those, what if, and what are you going to do if this happens topics tonight. So it should get a little interesting there. But of course, most people over across the pond are going to be going by that time.
Yeah.
I've nearly fallen asleep. Now.
Yeah. The only one that will be waking up would be Star Homestead India. He'll be waking up about the time I go live tonight.
Fioxer says if you live in snow country, you probably thought to think about snowshoes or cross-country skis.
And ice cleats to strap on your shoes. Those simple ones. Oh, that tricycle I showed earlier with the big fat tires.
Yeah.
The reason I loaded that one into my saved list on Amazon because there was a video on the person using that in the snow. And they were able to, because it's wide, fat enough, they're able to get enough traction and go in the snow. So,
that is awesome.
Yeah. But then, but I think Mark, like Mark's saying, you need to get the ones with the thicker tires and the bigger knobbies on them, and then so you get even better traction. And if you're in area where it gets really icy and stuff, you can get the little 1/4-inch studs that you just screw into the knobbies on the tires to give that traction on ice.
Yeah,
I did that on my snowblower with the tractor treads.
Yeah. 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 When my wife gets up here, if she ever decides she wants to get the one with the tractor treads, I'm going to be putting the little 1/4-inch or 1/8-inch.
Sheet metal for self-tappers. Actually, don't use the self-tappers. Use the ones with the fine point because it's rubber. You don't need the self-tap takes away some of the thread grabbing.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Well, I got 2 minutes of.
Yep, me too.
Yeah.
No, Bob's going to come back to an empty screen.
He's going to think we pranked him.
Probably.
He'll blame me tomorrow night.
Yeah. So, side chat, any other questions? Any other thoughts?
I'm going to have to take a break, guys and girls. Girls, anybody in the chat?
All right, Daryl, you have a good night.
Have a good night, everybody. Shadow, thanks for having us on. Nice to
My
see you all.
pleasure.
And
Good
be
to see you
vigilant.
guys again. Yeah.
Take care out there. Until the next time, take care.
You too.
You too.
All right. All right. So Mountain Survival says most of his are World War III related. So that'll be in 2 hours.
And Dick says no questions here.
Yeah.
Hey, Bob, you're back just in time to close out.
Oh, okay. Well, yep. Got my copy no problem.
Yeah. Yeah. I may go make myself a small cup of hot chocolate.
Switchmas, yeah. You got a handle for that thing?
No, but I got another one of these half-gallon jugs that's not being used.
There you go. That'll keep you in cocoa for about 4 hours.
No, I'll try about 20 minutes.
Thank you, Grumpy. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to bail. You guys have a good night.
You're very,
And I'll
very
see you next
welcome, Lady Logan.
Me
Thank
too.
you, Jaron. Thanks, Gil. Later, Bob.
Good to talk to you guys. Peace out. God bless everybody.
All right. See you
Peace
guys
out.
later.
See you guys later.
All right. See you next week, Shadow.
Yeah, next week. Same time, same channel. So with a new topic.
Yep.
That's all for today's video live stream. So I see you next week. And I hope you show up then with a new topic. And we'll find out what that topic will be. So stay safe, take care, and stay safe. Be part of the solution, not the problem. Strength and honor, guys. And we are out.